evening, everyone. Welcome back to Our Lady of Sorrows for session 3 of this long shot. We had an eventful last session, which we'll get into momentarily. But first, we're going to shoot over to our players, starting with Burrows.
Hi, I'm Burrows. I play Harper Fernley, the Pararomantic. She's obnoxious. Mean seems like a good descriptor. I don't. Yeah, sure. She's just not fun, but she is fun because I'm playing her intentionally to be like that. Um, but me, Burrows, I appreciate you all, and I hope that I'm lovely, that makes up for it. Anyway, Mel.
Hi, I am Maleficent, and I'm supposed to put the tweet up saying that we go live when we go live for us starting soon, not when we go live for this, so I'm currently tweeting. I am a streamer and a cosplayer, and I am the social media manager for this channel, and I'm real fucking good at it. And that's all. I do stuff and I do things, and you can find me on the internet. I'm going back to doing the thing I should have done like 10 minutes ago.
Heck and howdy. Happy, good wench winter, to all of you. I'm Friendo. I play Astra, who is, the summoned, and they've done nothing wrong ever in their life. You won't find me on the internet. Your emails do not find me well. It's all chill. I don't know. The intros get better and better as time goes on. That's it.
Very good. And I am Alishiera. I am the keeper for this mini campaign. I do things. We have lots of potential fun NPCs to meet tonight, which that's who I'm playing. Yes, getting into it. And this week we're going to have Burrows doing the recap.
Get ready for the most horrific recap you've heard in your life. I go for speed.
No self-defecating.
Now you throw me off. I was gonna make a terrible joke, but okay. Hang on. Why? Oh. I have random notes. It's weird. Anyway. Session 2 of Our Lady of Sorrows. Essentially, we started off in the Phantasmagoria bar around 3 o'clock in the morning, where Cephas invited Luciana back. I definitely didn't forget who Luciana was before we started. Absolutely not. It also doesn't help that all of my other notes about her all say Lucy. Anyway, we got invited back to Cephas's bar, Phantasmagoria, to chat with Cephas. And there, inside, we found the fucking snake, Henry. He's not an actual snake. He is a person. He is a doctor, even. He is a well-respected member of society. And yet Harper has decided, for whatever reason, that she doesn't like him. Literally just because he is exerting any kind of form of well-deserved authority upon her. That's how we go. Anyway, we get called back there, and after a little bit of chatting, a little bit of, hey, you need to look into what the fuck is going on from Cephas, we all get offered contracts. Basically, 2 of us signed straight away, being Lucy and Astra. I was about to say Astrid for some reason. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, they just go, yep, we're already employed anyway. Let's sign a contract. And Harper is like, I ain't about that life. I instead need something from you, noting that, of course, that Cephas is big, strong, and scary, and likely would potentially end up getting a hit on her or something if she left. So she was like, you know what I'm going to do? Instead, I'm just going to go along with this. Don't know why you need me. I'm not that special. But I'm going to get a picture. So she got a picture of the group standing before the contracts, just sitting there chilling. We did get Henry in the picture. Very, very important because she wanted to make this man's life miserable. So we did that. signed the contracts, and then Cephas ran around doing some weird magic shit that we all went, should we have read those? Probably. That's definitely not going to bite us in the ass at any point, at any time. Anyway, Cephas recommends going to the Deepwood. It is a place where the city was founded. No camping required, I have written here, but there are a series of groves throughout the place in the Deepwood where we are looking to investigate. From Astra, from Astra, we knew that there is some kind of magical force north, ? And the Deepwoods happens to also be north. We also discovered that something about Crystal Peach. Don't remember what that was. And Owlet is social media, so that's good. Crystal Peach, what was that? Something.
That was the cafe that you met at in the morning.
It was. I'm like, why is there Crystal Peach written here? What is this reference to? And because Luciana is nice to her boss, got a text afterwards saying, hey, if you need any more assistance, just let me know. I'm willing to help. Sorry, that wasn't from Cephas. That was from Henry. Astra also got a similar message. Harper, nothing. Ghosted. The next morning, they all met up at the Crystal Peach in the coffee place in the morning, about 10 o'clock. You know, Harper got there at 11. Everyone was very unhappy with that. Everyone disapproved. And then we headed off to the Deepwoods, where we looked for more signs of magical lore. Astra used their sensitive abilities in order to track any form of magic around the area, but it kind of set up like a fog around the place. And we just went, you know what? Sounds good. Let's go in this direction. Which essentially was how we decided what we needed to do, which meant that we were heading north towards, it is a grove. Yep, let's double check. We went from the Ash Grove to an obelisk rock to Willowwood Grove into a series of caves to the north. And as we went, we were hearing kind of this, for lack of a better term, melodic wind. It was wind that was passing through this cave system that was forming this kind of music to our ears. And I don't know that I want to admit to this, but Harper did get a message from their guide who went, hey, if you hear music, basically try listen to your own music. And Harper went, cool, listen to the music, trust the music. That's a very good idea. So as soon as we got into the cave system, we started hearing some music and started feeling ourselves getting propelled forward. And Harper went, this sounds great, let's keep going. Burrows realizing that was a terrible idea, but everyone else continued on afterwards until eventually we got to a point where there started to be crystals and such forming around us. I can't even remember what ended up prompting it, but essentially Harper ended up playing Bad Romance on their phone. Also, this is entirely all of what Harper's done today. Wow, I'm being really rude to my other party members. Started playing Bad Romance on their phone, which kind of cut the noise around them and kind of instigated this small little sprite to appear. Definitely not a will-o-wisp. And as they came up closer, they decided to start talking to us in their own little telekinetic way. Astra did have a wonderful chat with them. Seeing as, you know, you're nice and you do things. But essentially the sprite was talking about someone who was really sad because they really liked dancing and they danced for everyone. But now they don't want to dance, but someone's making them dance. Specifically, he is making them dance. And we're all like, damn. Love, vague. Sure wish we could get some answers. If only there was a cave to further explore that we could go and get those answers. So that's what we did. We continued on through the cave, learn a little bit more about that in terms of we got some little snapshots and such of previous events of a woman dancing for a man. Gross, I know. but wanting to do it. And eventually, again, this is why I should never do recaps. We continue on. We eventually enter a room where there is kind of this strange... it's the form of a woman, but essentially instead is a bit more like a marionette on a pedestal thing with a large tree behind it and a series of bodies all along the floor, with specifically one of the bodies in the tree with a flute, who was just trying to be annoying, really. Astra, during this, was like, you know what? I hate flutes. And decided to go headfirst directly for that guy. Luciana was like, yo, there's some fucked up magic stuff happening and it's doing something to this crystal in that marionette's chest. I'm gonna stop that, and did something very good. Harper sat on her phone because she needed to. I promise. It was very important. And eventually, Harper goes over, dances in front of the marionette to distract it while Luciana has just severed some kind of cord to the creature. Astra is like, this fucking flute guy needs to get his shit out of that tree. And it would have been successful too if it weren't for that pesky marionette being pesky. And while Harper's dancing and kind of talking to this marionette thing, she's like, Astra, get in there. And Astra goes donk. And then the crystal inside the marionette's chest breaks. We get a very sad and very not nice image kind of appearing or being replayed for us of the marionette's original visions and such. But there is one thing that is most important from what we ended with, which is that the crystal that we saw in the chest was made by Astra.
And that is where we pan back to right now. Standing in this clearing, the large tree with tiny lanterns strewn across its branches, the open space, the sigils on the floor, and the one definitely not Will-o'-the-Wisp little sprite floating next to Luciana. And you have a moment. Astra has just had this revelation. Everyone has witnessed this ethereal form come out of the marionette and dissipate, and you feel like the combat is done. Everything seems very still, eerily so after how active it was moments ago. What are you doing?
Oh no. I broke a nail. Damn, I was growing that out for so long.
I am turning away and walking away from that in literally any direction.
Yep. So you have, so you have looked at this marionette form. Astra is still with the crystal. You have the tree itself, or you have any of the bodies that had been reanimated that are no longer moving, or the body of the figure that was in the tree that slumped and fell out of the tree once the marionette was disabled.
Oh, if they fell the entire way out of the tree?
They fell out of the tree and landed
Yeah.
on the ground.
Because I'm not climbing a tree. I wasn't sure if they'd fallen the whole way or if they'd just fallen and were stuck in the tree branches somewhere. I'm gonna go have a look-see at them, and probably more specifically if I need to be their flute.
Yeah, flute is eating that was in their hands and has fallen next to them. You can roll investigate a mystery if you would like as well. But you definitely, the flute is there. That's easy enough to pick up.
My die got it. That's okay. The 6 came out. What have I got over here? Where is my document? I know what I'm doing. Question. Go for it. Now the dice. They were the dice that were mean to me last week. These are the dice that were nice to me last week. We're making important decisions. Oh, well, I might not be. I might have went to go get my questions. It doesn't matter. That's a 2, and a
Plus sharp.
2. Because I put my extra point into cool. And I was like, I wouldn't have that yet. No, sharp. So that's 7.
7. Do you say 2, 2, and 2?
No, shit. Yeah, 2, 2, and 2 is 6.
So unfortunately, that is a failure. So I mean, walking over, the most notable thing is the flute. To Luciana, that was the thing that when Astra was able to momentarily break the song that was being played. So I mean, that seems to be the most reasonable thing to just go and look at first anyway, and the main focus. But yes, do mark experience for her now. So picking up the flute, you see it is very, very beautifully made. It is definitely a more traditional flute. It doesn't appear to be made out of metal, but some kind of organic material. It's very smooth, either petrified wood, it could be bone, you're not exactly sure. But the mouthpiece and kind of the top you do see is made out of a gemstone. Not dissimilar to what was in the mannequin or the marionette's chest. It just has probably the main thing that you pick up from this flute when you pick it up is it has just the most rancid vibes.
Good to know.
Can I just clarify too? So was it the crystal that was in the marionette's chest that was what Astra created, not something that fell out?
No, so it was on inspecting the gemstone that had been split by the sword, they realized it was one that they had created.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because my note didn't say anything and it just said familiar crystal and I was like, wait a minute. So the crystal, sorry, suddenly I can't speak, on top of at the bottom, the base of the flute is like the one in the marionette's chest.
It's very similar at least.
Then Harper will say to the group, wow, it even looks like they tried to color coordinate. Look at the crystal work on that flute over there. And the thing in the chest.
Has Harper moved over with Luciana? Because Luciana's gone over to the base of the tree.
Right, it's all further away from you.
Which is perfectly fine if Harper trailed after her and has gone over.
Yeah, sure. I completely forgot they weren't like right next to each other, but
No, I would just say if they have moved over, Harper can also roll investigate a mystery. If they are surveying generally the scene, they've watched Luciana pick up the flute and if they have any vested interest in looking at the body that's slumped on the ground as well.
If I want to do my magic thing, but I don't want to roll this if it means I can't do that, if that makes sense.
Which magic thing were you wanting?
Sorry, I'm being very vague about the magic thing.
If magic is present.
Yes. So
they're separate. You can do both.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a good roll, but I can't do maths. It's sharp, right?
Oh no, that's for investigate a mystery. Yeah,
it's not such a good roll. It's 7 though, so that's barely
it. Still, that's a question though that you can ask.
Give me a momento, because I need to remember what the questions are.
I can run them through if you'd like. Then you can find it and open it after. But it's what happened here? Okay. What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do, or what is being concealed here?
I feel like I know what it can do for obvious reasons. I feel like what it was going to do is a better question.
Okay. So you're looking at it and it doesn't strike you as something. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward what it like was going to do. It was doing it by luring people in. People were dying. There's all these gross corpses like all over the place. Like that's what it was doing. But as you're looking, it's like kind of seems like this thing was doing what it was going to do. But as you're kind of just like looking over it and going like, ugh, yuck, definitely could use like a manicure or something, clawed hands, gross. You're just kind of looking like, oh, the fit's kind of okay though, like a little bit stylish. And you do notice that there's a journal like on the like just poking out as it's fallen because it's slumped out of the tree. It's like there's an inner pocket that was in the vest, and you can see the corner of a book.
Oh, absolutely snooping. Also, I definitely realized my mistake. Yeah, that's could ask a better question. But journals, they give us many more questions. But I do want to make sure that I said that loud enough for Astra to have heard me before.
Yeah, because I think Astra hasn't said anything yet about, oh, I made that. So is did the crystal from the marionette like come out? Because did the body kind of wither away?
So yeah, it didn't fall out. It didn't like eject itself, but the kind of carapace body form of the marionette is losing structural integrity and kind of breaking away. But the gem doesn't seem to be. It seems very much deactivated. It's been split in half, but it doesn't look like the gem itself is deteriorating any further.
Okay, I think maybe while the others are like over near the tree,
Mm.
maybe a little distracted, they're just gonna put the two halves of the gem from the marionette in their bum bag. Just kind of, this is fine. We don't know. Nobody needs to see those. Like,
Yeah, perfectly fine. So you bend down, pick it up. As you are holding the two halves, you can see very, very slightly, very slowly, the kind of seam of the break where the sword is. You can see it just slowly starting to almost knit back together and seal as you're holding it. You put it in the bag, kind of look at it. It doesn't seem to be doing it when you're not holding it or directly touching it.
okay. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I'll do that. And then if you want to do the journal stuff first, because I think the only other thing I would want to do would be just to look at any of the bodies and see if it's anybody that we recognize or know, if we can even tell. But
You can do just a sharp roll because that's an easy enough question, and then we'll get into the journal stuff because I'm assuming now Harper's probably flicking through trying to find any juicy bits.
God, absolutely. There's no sense of privacy here. Even if this man were dying, she would probably still be doing this.
I mean, he's dead, so what's he gonna do?
Exactly.
Yes. What was your roll, Astra?
so just straight sharp.
Yes.
1. 2 minus 1 is 1.
Yeah, you're looking around, and you look at there's one guy. And you're like, oh my god, is that Derek? No, no, I definitely saw Derek last night. They're fine. Just got like the same nose. No one else particularly looks strikingly similar to anyone that you know. Unfortunately, a lot of the features are kind of horrifically withered and contorted in agony. So, yeah, don't get a lot from them. But yes, Harper, flicking through the journal, you're looking for and like kind of feeding back into the kind of investigative mystery question of like what was it going to do. You're reading through and you're flicking through and you're like, oh, this is like it's a journal. It's someone is writing. It's like a diary, and it starts talking like it's very very benign. This is dated probably the start of it 12 months ago, talking about their partner having moved to Lesser, and that Clarissa was starting looking for work for a dance troupe. They're settling in, They're really enjoying hiking and walking together, being so close to nature, and the outdoors is great. And the kind of culture of the city is wonderful. It's very heavily leaning into arts and things like that. So they're enjoying their stay. Oh, you do find as well on the inner, on the cover, it's Dimitri McCure is the name that is written in there. It kind of progresses really boring. It's just like, oh, okay, we get it. You're in love. Wow, you're so special. And fast forward to about 3 months into it, so roughly 9 months ago, it starts talking about Clarissa becoming suddenly ill and struggling. You see mention of Carpenter's disease, which doesn't ring a bell to you. It's not something that you're familiar with. But goes through talking about Clarissa getting more and more sick. She had just found work, but unfortunately, because of this illness, it was impeding her ability to dance, so she had to decline the job opportunity. It becomes more and more not nonsensical or illegible, but a lot less refined in the way that they're writing and speaking. The handwriting is becoming slightly sloppier. They're not articulating as well as they were beforehand and talking about trying to find solutions. They think maybe they've found something and they just need to get some things organized. And then 3 months later, throughout this progress of this journal, it is nonsensical. Just repetition of words, the things that you can make out of it. It's not fair. Why is this happening? I'm doing everything. They promised you'd be okay. Just fully having some kind of breakdown on paper. To the point where you think that this has become almost like a compulsion writing in the journal, like a coping mechanism, that it doesn't seem like something that someone would specifically sit down to write. You do glean a name that repeated several times that you had never heard, but it's Ciderus, which I would type in the chat because I always misspell it myself.
Oh yeah, I thought it was a C, so...
No, delicious beverage cider, here to comfort me in my darkest hour.
I mean...
But it's talking about promises and keeping them, and they're going to see her tonight. They're going to take her, and then I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. Like, she always loved me playing for her. It's just like all these snippets of ramblings and tangents. And then flipping over after this page, it's just full scrawls. There's like almost gouge marks in the pages, just smears of ink. It's not legible. You do make out some vague runes almost, but it's nothing that comes to mind when you look at it. And flicking through that, there's no more pages that have been filled in after that. And so the last entry that you could get anything from was roughly 6 months ago.
Just to clarify too, we talked about at the
Yes.
beginning of session 2
Mhm.
that the dancing curse, or like people who have died from this, Henry revealed that they started appearing around about 3 years ago. Well, actually, I think Cephas said this part. And they had like
no,
a...
this,
Oh, sorry.
that was Henry.
Oh,
that was
okay.
Yeah.
And they were roughly like a 6-month pattern. Is that correct?
Yes. So the first symptoms that aligned with what was happening were roughly 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. But there was a significant increase in frequency.
Yep.
6 months ago.
Yep.
That these people would die and they'd have bodies that would display the same symptoms. He did also mention that not all of them had this exact same like placement of where the curse was, but the majority of them did have in the same, like a vast majority had it in the hands, feet, heart, and eyes.
Yeah. Interesting. And so the journal entry stopped 6 months ago.
That's so there was one properly dated, the last one, even though it was becoming less legible, roughly 6 months ago, and then there was another entry that was the like just scrolls of just like little snippets that you were able to glean. And then the page after it, that was kind of just a destroyed page. Some seemingly ruined, maybe, or glyphs, and then claw marks in the page.
Interesting. Ew, boring. Do you want this? And I'll hand it over to Luciana.
I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna hand her the bad vibe flute. Because I don't want that anymore.
You want to give her some bad vibes?
Yeah, so you hand it over. Would you like to do your detect magic essentially roll that you were planning on doing before?
Yeah,
as well,
absolutely.
Harper?
If I just didn't know if the flute would end up giving off anything magical, so yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that move you can just do anyway, and if there's nothing, it'll be like there's no magic present.
Yeah,
kind of
it says when you
thing.
sense something magical. So I thought it was like you had to be like, it would be like, this is a magical feeling, and I'd have to be like, haha, magic? That's my keyword.
Yeah, I would say that does ping on your senses, so that if you would like to roll, you can.
Excelente. I don't have my sheet open. I only have my stats.
If you have your stats, so it is a weird roll.
Oh, that's right.
I have it open, yeah.
Which I can use charm for? Just to be super complicated? So with a +3, 6 + 3, so 9.
Yes. So you can choose to sense it fully, but they notice you too, or you sense only impressions. So that is your choice.
I have no sense of self-preservation. I did not get hurt once during that battle. Therefore, I want to sense everything.
Okay. Yeah, so looking at this flute as you're holding, again, horrific just vibes coming off of it, for a very beautiful and beautifully made instrument, that even someone that doesn't necessarily play music could appreciate the artistry behind this flute. Bad time to be holding it. As you look at it, because you're like, hang on, there's something else going on here. And you kind of hold it and focus on it. You feel a momentary kind of similar feeling that you'd felt in Phantasmagoria of the cold numbness in your fingers and feet, and almost that just like a sharp kind of contour of your heart. And you feel like you holding it has drawn some kind of acknowledgement or awareness from something that is not present in the room with all of you right now. But looking at this, you can see that this flute, almost for a moment, you get a flash of ethereal tendrils coming off it, but there's no anchor point to it anymore. So it seems to be still kind of loosely pulling in the direction to where the marionette was, but there's no longer anything anchoring to where it was. It seems to be, if that was for lack of a better word, the machinery of the robot, this was the controls, but the toy has been broken now, and thus it doesn't have anything to be manipulating.
Yep, cool. So for what it's keyed into right now, it was for this marionette, and
yes.
Okay, cool.
And because everyone saw the marionette, you they probably to Harper it would seem, oh, okay, maybe it's like magnetism or something, like whatever it was made of, like because we broke that, like maybe it was a matching set of like crystals kind of thing.
Yeah. Like same frequency kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will let. I mean, I'll pocket it for sure. I mean, can you?
What's a flute? So she's got a backpack or anything or a handbag. It might stick. If it's a handbag, it might like stick out a little bit, but you can definitely just chuck it. It's not heavy, even though it's crystal on the mouthpiece. It's not a particularly heavy instrument.
I imagine she has one of those obnoxious handbags that are like way too small to carry literally anything. But she does know that Astra has a super secret dog bag. Well, not super secret, it's very obvious. But she'll carry it with her for the moment.
A dog bag of holding.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, walking over to Astra, you hold it out. Astra, hey bestie. You made that one too, huh? That crystal that's on that flute.
What's up?
Oh, I have a thing for you. It's a gift. For, being so strong and helping us before.
Okay, thank you. And then they'll just very quickly take it and just kind of shove it in their bum bag and we don't need to talk about that. That's fine.
So are you putting it in the same bag as the crystal that you put the marionette, or is it a different bag, or is it like
I
where
would
is Astra storing it?
If it's anything like my hip trendy bum bag, it has kind of like one big pocket, and I'm assuming if it's a flute, it would have to go in the same big pocket. So it's all in the one pocket.
Yeah, all good. So there's like a momentary as you drop it down when the two pieces connect. There's like almost resonance. You feel like a spark, like static electricity, but then nothing. You zip it up. All good. You don't get bad vibes from it when you're holding it. It's a flute.
Do I get bad vibes from the sound? Like, does it sound like
You don't.
discordant or something? Or
No, you a little clank, like almost glass hitting
okay.
glass, but you don't. Like, there's no weird any resonance or anything for Harper. It's just like, oh, they've put it in their bag and there's something else in the bag and it's hit whatever's in the bag.
No skin off my back.
All right. Is anyone? What is everyone doing? So, Luciana, you've picked up all of the details that Harper would have. Looking through the same name, same information. You're standing in the space. This little sprite is still hovering. It's probably still over. It probably followed Luciana, and is still kind of hovering near Luciana.
If it's following me around, I'm gonna ask if it feels better.
Yeah, you can see it gives like an impression of yes, but. So it is definitely better. But it's also kind of flitting in the space in an almost anxious way.
I want to ask the question, like, what's up, buddy? But I don't know how Luciana would say that.
Just say what's up, buddy.
She probably wouldn't say, like, what's up, buddy? But yeah, like, just what's up? Like, what's wrong? I know it can actually speak, but in a kind of Timmy's fallen down the well. Like, okay, I see that something's still wrong. What?
Yes. So as you kind of give it, you could see it was doing the spirit equivalent of like it had already asked you to do something, so it didn't necessarily want to ask you again. It's doing like the equivalent of that in like vibes towards you. But at you prompting what's wrong, it kind of hovers up towards and like does a circle, like draws your eye up and does a circular motion, and your eyes are drawn towards all the lanterns that are hanging in the tree.
Right. What do I notice about the lanterns? Do I notice anything about the lanterns? I assume I'm going to have to roll for this.
Without rolling, what you do see is they are all crystals. They look like crystal and vine, like it's been grown and they're suspending these crystals up. All of them have the same blue glow as the little sprite does. Very, very similar to in the tunnel when you're walking through the sprite when it was hopping from crystal to crystal, that same glow.
Right. Instead of straight investigating it, I have a little crossbow in my backpack. Can I try and? I assume the tree was pretty big. I can't just grab one down. Can I like try and shoot one down?
Yeah, absolutely you can. I'm gonna say roll kick some ass, but it will only require a mix. Okay, first answer me, how often do you think Luciana fires a crossbow? Is it something, is it a pastime? Is it a hobby that she frequently will go to a shooting range or has her own target or anything like that? How experienced with a crossbow do you think she is?
It would be something that she kind of keeps as like a last resort.
Mhm.
So she would be like amateur-ish. She'd be like better than just picking it up, but she's not an expert or anything. It's just something she keeps around.
I will say then still roll then, but you only require mixed success. So a 7 or higher for it to work as intended.
Okay. This will be fun because I have a -1 to tough. So we're just rolling these dice to be nice. Okay, that first one is a 3. I dropped it instead of rolling it, but that's fine. The second one is a 5, which is a minus, which means I don't make it. Wait, do I make it?
Yeah,
Wait,
7.
bad at
So
math.
8,
Oh my
8
god.
minus 1,
I'm
7.
so bad at
So
math.
fortunately, so you're aiming up and kind of very nonchalant in the action. It's just like, hey, I got you, little guy. And you're aiming up and kind of focusing, and the little sprite just like nudges just like up, like really slightly, and you fire, and it clean cuts through a vine, and now one is falling towards the ground. Are you?
I would like to catch. I don't know if I can fucking catch it. I would like to try and catch it because in my mind I have decided that it's probably a sprite in this, and I really want to catch it just in case.
Yeah. So roll act under pressure to catch it. So that's a cool roll.
Okay, that's better. That's a 6 and a 3. And because I haven't done like a rest yet, I'm not adding the 1, so it's just a flat. So it's a 9.
So you have a moment where you're standing there like, damn, that was a good shot. I'm like, oh shit, I need to catch this. So it's like very nearly you're just admiring your own work, and then you have the realization of, I don't want this to just hit the ground. And you kind of lunge forward and you grab it. Because you're in your haste, you reach out, and it's like when you try and catch like a cricket ball or something and you don't have the right technique, it kind of slaps into your hand. It really stings, but that's the worst that happens. There's no damage to the crystal or yourself. But had anyone been paying particular attention, it probably would have been a little bit embarrassing. But no significant. Fortunately, Harper was handing the flute to Astra, so no one super took notice. Except for
Astra
out
was
there
busy being real sketchy.
having an existential crisis that no one has detected. Yeah, and you are now holding this crystal. It is very warm to the touch. And it's still bound in the vines.
I guess I want to try and like untangle the vines before I take a closer look at it.
Yeah. So you do, as you're pulling.
I'm going to, by the way, when I have this, like walk over to the group because
Oh yeah, easy.
not
done.
being like I'm not hiding this. I'm like, look, I got
Yes.
a thing.
So Harper and Astra, you see Luciana walk over. Astra, you're very relieved to see this is not a crystal that you have made, that Luciana is holding. And you start, you don't have to roll for it or anything. They're vines. They do seem, they're not the same as the tree. So this is definitely something that has been grown, wrapped around it, and then hung in the tree. They do have like a weird sappy kind of residue as you're prying off, like the vines had almost melted into the crystal. And as you rip them off and break through them, there's like a little hissing sound almost. And they just kind of disintegrate off, and you see it glow even brighter. And in the same way that you saw the first little sprite come out, like that ink drops in water, another little sprite pulls out of it. and you just hear it's like chimes, like the sound of wind chimes. The little sprite is very happy. That is what it wanted you to do. There's another probably 16 crystals hanging from the tree, but you don't need to roll for it if that is your intention, is to help them all down. You can just go through. You've got the confidence from having hit the first one. Just go and collect the bolts in between, probably, unless you have like 20 bolts on you, and shoot them down. Probably getting Astra to spot and having a more coordinated team effort to get these down. But if that was your intention, you can make pretty short work of it. And within the next kind of quarter of an hour to 20 minutes, all of them down, and you're surrounded by just a little flock of these little spirits.
Can I tell which one the original spirit was?
At first look, no, they all look identical. But at you kind of looking over, trying to take stock of all of them, one does. It goes from the blue that all of them are to a slightly lilac-y color and kind of hovers forward, and it's just like it knows what you're trying to do, and it kind of gets your attention and differentiates itself from the rest.
Anything else? Is everything actually good now?
You get a resounding, like a feeling of yes with that. It does flip over. You can see that it's yes. Oh, wait a second. It flips over to the body of who you assume is Dimitri, because that's the name that was in the journal and was on the body. And from around the neck of this person, it pulls off a little silver locket and brings it back to you.
Thank you. If I open it, what's inside the locket?
So you open it, and on either side there is a portrait of Clarissa on one side, who you assume is Clarissa, because it's the same face the mannequin or the marionette had, and on the other side is someone that is not immediately recognizable to you. But after a moment, kind of looking back and forth, you assume this was what Dimitri looked like before whatever happened to them.
Cool. I'm gonna pocket that. I don't know if you can like scritch a sprite or like pet it, but I don't know. I want to do something appropriately affectionate towards this thing.
I mean, you can try reaching out. Your fingers do kind of pass through it, but it does like almost like warms on the side that you touch, so it doesn't give resistance, but it's like an acknowledgement. It's like the closest to a high five back kind of thing it can do. But yeah, is there anything anyone else wants to do in this space?
You think that crystal does anything now?
Hopefully not.
You hit it real hard with a sword, but I don't know. Might be good to take with us.
I think at this point, Astra is very obviously like kind of almost like hopping from one foot to the other, like just kind of being a little bit awkward, just like they don't know how to lie. They don't like lying. They don't, they're just like yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe we should go now.
Astra?
Yeah, what's up?
What's going on?
What? We're in a cave.
I'm aware of that.
Well, maybe before we go, can we stop somewhere? I may need to, do, there might be something I need to show you. Oh, hello.
Well, I guess, but why is that freaking you out here? Can't you tell us first?
Well, uh, it's just I would. Fine, mate. Hello. Incredible timing from Bill. Maybe it's just I would maybe like to talk about it somewhere a little more comfortable than a cave.
I mean, it's not a 5-star resort, but it seemed alright. I guess if you definitely don't want to talk about it. Sure, I can't make you. We're
Yeah,
friends.
surrounded
you know?
by corpses. I would also like to leave.
They don't smell yet.
But they used to be people. Should we? Do you think their families know they're missing?
I am sure they do. And once we're out of here, we'll get somebody else to come collect them.
Maybe they should have more friends that know where they go.
Maybe they shouldn't have been kidnapped by a spirit person.
Hey, we're assuming that they're kidnapped. We have no proof of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Your vibe from this situation was they completely voluntarily, not influenced by any outside means, came down here and died.
Absolutely.
Painfully.
Mm-hmm.
Started turning into crystals.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily that they signed up for the end goal, but they must have made some decisions along the way that got them here.
That's a little victim blamey.
Maybe they shouldn't be to blame.
Next time you get yourself cursed, you're on your own.
Fine. You're the one who apparently needs me anyway, so...
I'm still not convinced that that's not some kind of prank.
Neither.
I'm going to get ready to go. Harper can stay if she would like. I'm pretty sure Astra is also in the team. We should go.
I didn't want to leave too quickly before we spoke with the sprites properly. Like, obviously they've been around. But
I mean, do you have anything that you want to discuss with them? They
not
seem pretty content. So Luciana, Luciana asked the original one, is there anything else you need? And they seemed very content with what had kind of transpired. You can interact with them more. They are definitely interactable. But the information they had given was they did not have any further requests, I guess.
From a meta perspective, because I don't want to ask questions if it's, not going to matter. Do they feel like they can give us any further information at this point?
You can try a charm roll if you would like.
Sure. That's pretty good. Fuck me, maths is hard. 11. It's like 6, 2, 3. That's not that hard numbers.
Hey, simple maths is the hardest if you ask me. So you're kind of looking over all of this group of sprites. What are you saying to them? Are you going to try and interact with them? Or are you asking a particular question? Or
I think I'd just sit amongst them in terms of wherever they're kind of running around or whatever, and sit somewhere near them and just be like, So we helped, but you don't happen to know anything more about this whole situation here?
So you can see ones, and on looking at them for longer, obviously the original one changed its color very slightly to make it like very easily discernible. But because you're sitting amongst them, and kind of everyone is picking this up the more that you're observing them,
Okay.
they are slightly different sizes and slightly different shades of blue. It is when they're all moving about.
Yep.
It is impossible to discern them. But as you're talking to them and they're kind of gathering and hovering around, you can see one that is a lighter shade of blue and almost with a like translucent shimmer around it, that kind of moves forward, and the others all back up. And in the same way, earlier, which was last session, that the original sprite was showing scenery versus trying to describe it, because spoken language or even telepathic like communication is not their strong point. They just can do it. It shows a figure in the space. So this is not a figure that any of you had seen in the space. It doesn't resemble any of the corpses. It doesn't resemble the figure that was in the tree or the marionette. They're wearing a long cloak that is long enough that it's gathering. It's not just to the ground. It is almost forming a train behind them, and a hood that is pulled up, and a half mask with, you can't tell just because it's like vague imagery, but like a crescent moon kind of shape. It could be a horn. It's just coming out from under the hood one side, coming up. And oh, yes, very good. They are talking. So it seems like there's the implication that the other two figures are there, but they are putting keen focus. They're only showing this figure because they view that it's noteworthy. But yes, this is a tall figure.
And
You
interacting
can kind
with
of tell.
the sprites, is that right?
No, so there's no sprites present in the imagery.
Oh.
So you're assuming it's probably interacting with Dimitri.
Okay. That's not that surprising though, because the journal mentioned bloody cider face.
Yeah.
Where is my
Ciderus.
Ciderus, yes. Is there any distinguishable features about him? Like, he's wearing cloak, right? Is it a certain type of cloak, or
it is very long. Unfortunately, it's shades of blue because it is the sprite is using its body almost to display an image. So you're assuming darker in color because of the contrast with the other shades of blue. You can actually not discern a gender. It is very androgynous. It's a long cloak. And the notable thing is the mask that is appearing like that almost crescent shape coming out from underneath the hood.
And it has a horn from the side or from the front? Like a rhino
So
or like
so that's what is it's difficult to discern if it is the mask is supposed to resemble a horn or it's just that crescent shape coming out.
You'd think someone with a horn would stick out though, wouldn't you? Okay, but good to know. And that's in response to us asking if they know anything further.
Are we all nearby enough to see what the sprite is projecting?
Yes, it's not being just specifically relayed to Harper. It's attention attracting enough that if you all wanted to pay attention, you could. and everyone can pick up that information.
Okay. Do I recognize anything about the cloak or the
Uh,
mask or
the nature of it being like almost having a train, like the fully concealing and the heavier, like more dramatic hood, I guess, is vaguely familiar. It's not noteworthy that it's like, ooh, only certain people have the ability to acquire such a cloak and hood, but it is vaguely familiar, yeah.
Okay. Do you know where this person went?
It shows imagery of them walking out of the space and then the image ends.
Like they've come to visit here, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they came by foot, they left by foot. They didn't open some like teleportation or anything like
Bastards.
that. Yeah.
Do we know? Nah, that's just being annoying.
You can ask.
I was gonna say, do we know how big their feet are?
You cannot see them, sadly.
Thank you, Jasper.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything out of character. Does anyone have anything they want to ask?
I'm just trying to remember. I know the sprite last time. Yeah, here we go. I'm just checking my notes. I think because they have communicated like with us telepathically, I'm gonna try and like think just at the sprites. I'm gonna like because the sprite last time said, "Oh, you don't want to hurt anybody. It's not your fault." Like it wasn't her fault. She didn't want to hurt anybody. Um, so I guess I'll try and like think at them and see if they pick up on my frequency. Um,
Is that something that is within the skill set of Astra that
hmm,
they you know what? I'm going to, because I think it's interesting. You may roll sensitive
okay.
if you would like.
Okay, I just thought like if it's not something they can do, they just look like they're holding their head really hard and nothing happens. But
Just
although,
because I think it's narratively very interesting. Yeah, you can try a sensitive roll.
okay. Ooh, okay. Hang on, what is that? 10.
So you're staring really hard, thinking thoughts really hard, which doesn't work because unfortunately they don't have telepathy. But as you're opening up your kind of innate magical sense of the space, you do catch the attention of the original sprite that sees you just really thinking hard, and it picks up what it's putting down and it establishes a connection, and you may now speak with it telepathically if you wish.
Okay. They'll say, um, I I know um you said it wasn't my fault, but um do you know how they got the crystal at all? The did I do that?
Uh, it will it will kind of give like a negative, like, no, it doesn't know specifically how this party got them. You get the impression that the original communication, what it said to you, was because it recognized like almost like a signature, like a magical aura or frequency coming from the crystal. It could very easily recognize that the same kind of frequency was coming from yourself as its creator. Um, but it will ask in return, like, did you sell? Did you give?
It's how I survive. I sell them so that I have a place to live. but I didn't think people would. I thought I was helping.
You see it kind of like hovers. It doesn't really have anything tangible to touch with, but in the similar sense with what it did with Luciana, you feel like a warmth coming from its direction to you. And it will just say, sometimes people take good, make bad. Not our fault.
They will also try and just like, I don't know, put their hand out, like not like I probably can't do sprite scritches, but like just just like kind of like an acknowledgement, like a thank you. Um, uh, but yeah, then after that, I don't think Astra has anything else they want to ask or say. I think they're good to go.
Yeah, and as you're all making your way out from the space, all of the sprites come and kind of gather around and almost like dancing. You know how you like dance around a maypole where it's like all linking and it will be spinning around and swirling around each other. They all gather around the group and begin dancing. And a little shower of sparks and shimmering glows settle over the group, and you will feel warmth in the back of your left hand. And if anyone looks at their hand, you'll see for a moment it's glimmering like an iridescent blue purple sigil on the back of each of your hands, which is like a spiraling flame with three little sigils, glyphs on each side, and each of you have been given a will-o-wisp's blessing, which means that for any future roll for the rest of the long shot, you can choose to consume one of the marks and add a +2 to your roll.
Ooh.
Aren't always bad. Sometimes they're good. They can be a guiding light sometimes. All right. But that is more math. That is the double-edged sword.
Didn't
It's
even
an
know we
additional
had
piece of math.
will-o-wisp. Wow, that's such a surprise.
I know.
Never heard that name before, ever.
Luciana, you do notice you have 4 marks on yours.
Ah. That's nice. I don't really know why.
You instigated.
suppose-
You
yeah.
started rescuing all of them.
I said it and then I was like, oh yeah, no, that's right. I started shooting them out of trees. I guess it makes sense.
And you called it and didn't let it smash.
Okay. I finished taking my note.
You all start wandering out of the cave in whatever idle chatter or comfortable silence or uncomfortable silence. I'm not going to dictate. As you leave, and you recognize it takes a lot. It's a lot shorter walk to get back to the entrance versus walking in. And as you exit the cave system, looking back, it doesn't resemble the cavern that you were walking through initially. It looks a lot more ordinary, for lack of a better way of describing.
Nothing.
No singing.
Sorry. Nothing kind of spooky sticks out as we leave.
No.
That's good. Love that for us.
Does it almost feel like there's, I mean, I don't have another way to put it, like magical fuckery at work, that it's like, you've found my secret magic cave, get eaten. Like,
You do get a sense of it is probably quote unquote a lair of some description, and the three of you could probably find your way back to that. But it was not intended. It's not just like a cave system that if you pick the right cave and go in, you'll find it. But you feel like there was with the compulsion in the draw. You step through whatever veil into that cave system, and that the general public probably don't just stumble into that area so much. You had never heard anything before about a magic little space with will-o-wisps or a giant tree or anything like that.
Interesting.
It's if this is somewhere that we don't know if we can get back to, if we get that vibe, can I make a little note in my head to try and remember in case I ever actually need to? Like if it's some kind of magically hidden, I'd like to make a note in my head of where we actually went. In case it's just like a magical, like it kind of if it's like a confusing your brain kind of thing and it makes you take a left where you should have taken a
No.
right. I'd
So,
like to try and remember the right.
so and I think Luciana, as someone that is more studious on the magic front, would know that the three of you, if you were seeking out that space, probably could find it, but it's something that you typically would need to be invited into. It's not just so you could probably just go through the same cave system. It was just like a straight walk out. There was no twists, no turns, no winding. There wasn't even actually that kind of chamber that you'd walked through to get into it. It was just you walked straight out in like out a tunnel. But you have come out the same tunnel or the same cave that you went in.
I would like some of those cookies that Astra brought, if there are still some.
Oh, the macarons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there would still be macarons. I think there's probably not loads left. I think they would have saved some, but I think they're a little upset at sort of what Harper was saying about like maybe they should have made better life choices. So they're not gonna give her the one they saved for her yet. She has to wait. She gets it later.
Ooh, woo.
Enemies to lovers. No.
Please, it'd
Right.
be like friends to enemies to lovers.
Watch out, cherry emoji. I'm gonna steal your girl.
So, what is the plan so far? Are you heading back to Phantasmagoria? Are you heading back to your own homes for the day? What is the next step?
Astra said that they wanted to show us something, so I'm assuming that's the next
Yeah.
port of order.
Astra would give directions to their flat, and which I think is like a kind of like a quaint little building with like maybe like a deli or something on the ground floor, and there's like a few apartments kind of above it. It's within walking distance of Pand- Phant- Phantasmagoria. I can say it, my brain just refuses. It's just like, nah, I give up. Um, but yeah, like I feel like there's probably like a little side thing with little mailboxes and some stairs and whatever. And they will, yeah. I don't know if you need me to shut up, Allie. If you need to describe anything, or if
Uh,
I just keep going.
No, I can. So you'll make your way up, Astra opening the door and inviting everyone into the space, and you step through to a truly vibrant home that is definitely comfortable, like even down to the decor of the chairs. All again vibrant upholstery, comfortable, very pleasant vibes, multiple paintings and images of dogs on the walls, and an art station of some script set up with many colorful supplies.
Yeah, every
The
wall is a
other
different
additions,
color.
yes.
Yeah. Probably there's like little weird things everywhere that don't make sense. Like there's a little shelf with a plush toy of a rat dressed as a wizard. There is a framed selfie that you can tell is of Astra if you squint, but it's really blurry. There is like bits of paper around, but the writing on it is just like written in like a big swirl on the page. Like there's just like little bits and weird knickknacks and stuff everywhere in books that you think, why do they even have these? But yeah, they'll invite you in. I'm gonna say, and they'll kind of in their little living room. There is a big cardboard box, helpfully labeled "helping crystals," and they kind of shove it forward, and it's just like it's full to the brim of these crystals, like the one in the flute and the one in the marionette. And say, I make these. So and the I made I didn't Cephas doesn't really pay me sometimes. So this is how I make money to, have a flat and to buy pictures of dogs. Yeah. Um, I don't know how I make them, I just do. And I sell them to people because there was a market for them, apparently.
Astra? The fuck?
Okay. So, where do okay. How do I explain? And they will kind of reach up to their kind of mess of blonde hair, and they will pull it off. It is a wig. It is a very shaggy wig. And underneath they have this kind of short, kind of electric blue with just like again more swirls that move, more colors that move. It's glittery. It's their version of hair. It's weird. So how do I'm not a person. Well, I am a person, but I wasn't always a person. Um so that like oh, you can also see the tips of their ears, which you might not have been able to see before. They're kind of forked. They're like long, like elf ears, and they're forked at the ends, which is normally covered up by their hair. Uh so that's why I can make crystals, because I'm not a person. Does that make uh hmm. I was invited here, I guess. I don't know if invited is the right word. Um and I guess, well, I'll be honest, it made me a little sad when you didn't like my sword, because well I just had the sword. I don't it's my thing. And I didn't describe it very well last session, but the sword is like it is specifically described as gigantic, so it's some real like Final Fantasy VII bullshit. Like, uh, um, it's just part of me, I guess. Um, and I can turn it into a purse. Well, you know that. What else? Maybe you should just ask me questions, because I don't talk about it really ever at all with anybody. So I don't know what's like important and what's not. Only Cephas kind of knows. So yeah, this is new.
Cephas knows. This shouldn't surprise me. It shouldn't surprise me. That Cephas fucking knows.
Well, yeah, she's the one who kind of suggested I sell the crystals because she knew that there would be people who would want them. I don't think everybody who buy. I hope people are using them to do nice things. The sprite told me that it's not bad. It's just made bad.
I
didn't know
have
they
a
were going to
few
do that.
comments.
Okay.
All right. So, for starters, I like the blue more than the blonde. Blonde was never your color, babe. Secondly, let's travel back. Cephas doesn't pay you yet, recommended you sell things. Have you considered a union?
I don't know what that is. Like getting married?
Oh dear.
I don't think people want to marry me.
I'm sure that you're lovely, and as in a lovely person to marry. As long as you don't... How do you make these rocks?
Well, I get a tummy ache and then I spit them up. And then I dry them. I clean them. I don't know why, I just do.
So they're like alien... I'm assuming alien? I don't know. They're like alien kidney stones, but stomach stones?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if they actually come from my tummy. Well, also, I don't know if I was an alien, but I don't think I had a body. I don't remember. So, okay, maybe this will be easier. So the only thing I kind of, well, I don't know if I'm remembering or if my like brain, my dream brain is making it up, but I have dreams sometimes of like weird symbols and stuff. I carve them onto that table when I can remember what they are. I don't know, it's nice decorated anyway. And I like I'm everywhere. I don't have fingers or toes. I don't have, this. So I don't know if that's what I was like before or if it's just like my dream brain is coming up with like an idea if I wanted to write a book. But I don't know. So when I got here, which was maybe 3 years ago, it was nighttime and there were all these people and they were standing in a circle and they were going blah 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 blah. I don't know. They said stuff. And I had I still have it in my cupboard. Hang on. And they'll run out of the room through a bead curtain. All the archways have beaded curtains in them. Uh, and they'll run into presumably their bedroom and like rustle around in a closet. And they'll come back and on a coat hanger, it's like this kind of like a toga, very shimmery, kind of like layered chiffon kind of toga type deal thing. I was wearing this. Honestly, wouldn't have been my first choice if I was going to choose what the first thing I was going to wear was going to be. It's very bland for my taste. Anyway, I'll just kind of throw it. And I had that, and I had my sword, which is a dog purse. It's just the purse. Anyway, it wasn't a purse. I made it a purse later. So they were all saying some stuff, and I guess I don't know. They didn't look very happy. And then my skin started to do this, and then they'll kind of wait. I need to think about something upsetting. And then they kind of and kind of like these bits on like maybe you'd kind of thought they were wearing glitter or something, or just like, oh, their skin's a bit weird in spots. It lights up, and it kind of has like these colors that move. So when they get overwhelmed or very emotional, it starts to kind of. You probably might have noticed it before in the hospital, but for those of you playing at home, when I don't describe shit. Uh, so yeah. I don't know, and then I just left. I thought it was pretty boring. Not really my kind of place to be, and that's it, I guess. But I didn't want to not tell you, but I didn't want you to think that I'd done something bad. But I again, it's I don't talk about it. So not even Nana knows. Whew, which is weird.
They just let you leave.
I think so. Well, I don't think I don't know. Maybe they didn't get who they were expecting. Maybe I didn't come out right. I don't know. But I like it here. So, and I don't know where I was before. So I don't really want to leave. Also, I don't even know how I would do that.
If we're being honest, I did know about, you know, some of this.
How?
I was there. I didn't summon you.
Oh.
I wasn't part of that. I like to know things. And my family has in previous generations not always sometimes been magical, and sometimes they've done things to assist in other magical things. And I had like a vague idea that something would be happening, and I went and I saw the whoo. And do you really think they just let you leave? There wasn't any other, you don't remember any like extra circumstances to just walking away?
Not really. I don't think so. I mean, I couldn't really speak at first, so I couldn't ask them like, "Hello, do I have a name?" But they said Astra a lot, so I figured that must be my name. Nana helped me pick a last name. Because I didn't have one. Because all of you have these little plastic cards with your with your picture on them, and I have to look at them when people come to Phantasmagoria, and I have to think of numbers and be like, no, you don't have the number, you can't come in, you know? So like, but yeah. Anyway, I just think that's odd. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just left, but I wear the wig because people tend to freak out about this. So this is going much better than I thought it would, honestly.
Well, for starters, anyone's reaction to your appearance is their problem. Let's just put that out there, shall we?
Okay. I will try and remember that.
But may we take a few steps back? You were there when Astra was born, Luciana.
I did say that, yes.
What were you doing?
I said I like to know things. I was learning things.
Were you there summoning things? Was there some kind of
No, I
teacher
said
there?
I wasn't there summoning things.
So you
I
were
said I wasn't
snooping.
involved. I was just watching. Yes, I was snooping.
How did you possibly find out something like that was going to happen?
Witch family? Witches. Witches have books where they write things about witch things that they've done.
That doesn't
I
answer
read
my
the witch
question.
book.
How did you know that was going to happen? You don't just walk out into the woods one day and go, well, would you look at that? Conveniently, 12 people in robes ready to cast a spell.
No, I didn't just wander into the woods hoping that there would be people casting a spell. I didn't just happen upon them. I had a vague idea that, I don't know, on some moon cycle, that there would be a summoning happening. I did my research, and I went there, and I was right. It didn't seem to go fantastically well for them.
Oh, I'm wrong? So I'm not what they wanted? Is that why they...
No, I don't know. I don't know exactly what they were after. But if they haven't been looking for you, maybe. I just meant you appeared in this magnificent flash of light, and they all passed out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really know what... I didn't know first aid or anything. So I just kind of left
I'm
them
not
there.
blaming you.
But do you know
Only
what this...
just come into existence.
Do you know what this means, though? Is that if you were there and then we ended up working at the same place, meant to be friends. I knew it.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Cephas had something to do with that, honestly. I very much doubt that this is the only bar she owns. She could have put you somewhere else. She knows a lot of things she shouldn't know about. And if she knows about the crystals, honestly, I don't like that.
Well, I mean, I've been making them the whole time I've been here, and this is the first time I've heard of somebody doing something bad with them. So, I mean, hopefully, not everybody has been doing bad stuff, because I feel like well, maybe I wouldn't know.
I mean,
But
how do you use them?
I don't know. I just make them. Do you want to see? Kind of shove the box. You can take one if you want. I make them all the time.
I fully thought Astra was offering to vomit up a crystal
I
for a
kind of
second.
thought that was going to be the game.
Actually,
God.
Like a baby owl, or just an owl in general.
Honestly,
if
I don't know why people pay for them. But they do.
Okay, all right. That's a lot of information.
if we are being offered a box full of crystals that Astra has promised that they clean, I would like to have a look. And can I investigate at them? I do have
Yeah.
a specific question that I want to go with.
So I'm just going to say roll sharp then, and then
Okay.
we'll see how many questions you can have.
Okay, I've got a 5 and a 3, and my plus for sharp
Okay,
is
those be 10, right?
2. I don't know, I'm bad at math.
That's
yeah.
10. Yes, so you may ask any question, and then you can ask one off of Investigator Mystery as well.
Oh, okay. But the question that I wanted was already on investigating mystery. I will attempt to think of another question as well, since I have to. I just wanted to go with, like, what can it do? Like, we know it's been used for a bad. To be more specific, I want to know if it can only, like...
So you go to the box that Astra is gesturing to, and you notice the ones that you recovered from the cavern system were both a very deep blue, with like sparkle through it, like a translucent version of like a blue sandstone or something like that. You do notice that none of the ones that Astra has made are actually that deep in color, much like Astra themselves and the space that they're in and have like created here. There are a lot more vibrant colors, and also like a little bit more muted, more like pastely almost. And there are blue ones, but not that deep and like darker than navy blue. As you select a few and pick them up, you do feel something from them, and it is mildly unsettling, but not because of like a feeling of like evil or dread or foreboding, but more from the sense of an unknown quantity. And you, as someone that uses magic and uses things for rituals and uses components, can definitely see the appeal to why people would buy them and research them. In terms of uses, you feel like kind of things adjacent to the line of thinking that it was useful with like drawing things in or like pulling like a not gravity or gravitational, but that like draw. It's like something that can be used as a catalyst and an amplifier and like bring together and collect an energy source. Seems to be a most practical. That seems to be the most, yes, it's compatible with that kind of thing. With further study, it probably could be used for other things as well. But you can see how it was modified to draw in this case, essentially an art form, for lack of a better way of putting it, but it was like specifically affecting like a specific task with dance.
They said that I can take one. I would like to take one. I don't know what for or if it's ever going to be useful, but I want one. Just the collection.
I mean, they'll kind of dig through the box. Do you want a specific color?
No, just pick one for me that you feel has good vibes.
Well, they all have good vibes.
The best vibes.
Okay. They'll kind of they'll dig around, and they'll find like it's like a bright purple. It's maybe a little bigger than some of the others because like they're all like they're not like huge, but I wouldn't say they're all like exactly the same size and shape and whatever. But maybe it's a little bigger. That one. I think that one. Yes. There you go.
Thanks.
Do you often pick the colors for them?
What do you mean?
When someone buys them off you?
Well, well, no. I mean, I I've only like given away 3. I gave 1 to Nana. And I gave 1 to Sabrina. And I gave 1 to someone else. So I thought you meant like when I get the tummy ache, do I think really hard about the color green and then it turns green? I've tried that. It doesn't work. They're whatever color they want to be. I don't decide. The tummy decides.
Right, but do you tell people, you're like, hey, here's my super shady rock. Would you like it in a pink? Or would you like it in a blue?
I mean, sometimes if the person buying them is a little bit rude to me, I will not offer. If they are nice sometimes, but I like the the people normally buy them by weight. So it's like I would like one that is a little heavier. And so, well,
Right.
Yeah, the bigger ones are not as often, and they are much more difficult to spit up. So I charge more for those, obviously, because they're bigger.
So who was you said you gave some to Sabrina, your nana, and who?
Well, I only okay. Wow, I'm just telling you guys everything today, huh? So Sabrina used to be my girlfriend, so that's why I gave her one.
Uh-huh.
Because I
Strange
really
stomach
liked
rock
her.
for your girlfriend. It's a sign of your undying
Well,
affection, yeah.
it sounds weird when you word it like that. And the other one was for the boyfriend I had for a while, Wade.
Wade.
But he's not my
Okay.
boyfriend. Yes, he's not my boyfriend now.
And why is that?
Uh, because I'm embarrassing and weird, and even if like I make people uncomfortable, and I don't get stuff. So not that they said that, either of them, but I pick up things sometimes. Like just a stray like like sometimes without meaning to, I can just hear little snippets of what other people near me are thinking. And if like I don't know, we went out somewhere and then someone nearby thought, "Oh, that person's weird." I don't do it on purpose. But I'm not I'm not a person, so I don't get it, you know?
So you left them because you're worried about what other people think.
Well, honestly, I feel like Sabrina, I felt like she was really into Sebastian. And like that's fine, but like but,
But she couldn't also have been into you?
well, I mean, who wouldn't be, honestly? That's a joke. Well, like I don't know. I just kind of got the impression it's a bit difficult to be with somebody who like keeps has to keep asking questions about what is a broccoli and why do we chop it, but it looks like a tree. Why do we eat it? Like
Then look, I'm not any kind of like relationship expert or anything like that, but people usually are meant to like you for you. So people like you for who you are.
I mean, yes, and there are some people that like me, but also sometimes like people run away screaming every now and then because they see like the tip of my ear and they think I'm a devil or something. I don't think so.
Well, maybe you are. And that's okay.
Should I know? Should I know that if I am?
I don't know. Is it important for you to know?
I don't know.
You don't have to know who you are to be who you are.
Well, I mean that's good because I don't know who I am, so whew, I don't know who I was before. I don't even well, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I had one of these.
Well, wait, what's one of these?
A body,
Oh, right.
fleshy stuff.
Fleshy stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, Harper, I will give you the last macaron that I was saving for you I told you about my ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend. Who is the cherry? Why do they talk?
Well, this cherry talks to me.
Yes, but is it actually a cherry?
Yes, it is a cherry. It speaks, it has a big mouth. It looks at you with a strange look.
Does it have
Harper, don't
two?
be a bitch.
It is at this point that, Luciana, you feel your phone go off in your pocket.
Oh no. What did it say?
And
Wait, who is it to see if I want to actually see it to read it?
It
Screen
is
the call.
Cephas.
Yeah, and I didn't want to read that.
And it says, at your earliest convenience, if your task is done for the day, if you could make your way back to Phantasmagoria.
Excellent. I'm gonna kind of, if nobody else has got that message, maybe I don't have to bring them with me.
It doesn't. No one else got it, and it doesn't suggest anyone else. But you all signed a contract to work on this together.
I'm going to let this conversation play out a bit further before I let everybody know we have to go report. But I will let everybody know that we have to report. I just don't want to, specifically Harper, since I know that she wasn't too keen on the contract. I don't want to just like end this conversation by being like, time to go to work. I'm not going to mention it straight away. But I'll send back like an acknowledgement, like just wrapping shit up. Nobody died.
That is a really great point, though. So with this whole dancing thing, if we have the crystals, right? Also completely ignoring the question about Cherry. So you appeared when people sat down and they did a big summoning thing. You were there, Luciana. You know what happened. The fuck do I have to do with this?
Well, that's a great segue into this message I just got. Cephas would like to talk to us and ask her.
What is her deal?
You can ask her.
Did you tell her that you were at this weird summoning thing?
No, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know.
You're both so incredibly comfortable with having someone know a lot about you.
Should she not? I mean, I told her lots of stuff because I didn't know anybody, and she let me sleep in the attic of
Phantasmagoria.
Phantasmagoria.
Yeah.
Yes, before I got my flat. So, she's been nice to me.
I'm concerned about that she doesn't always pay you.
Well, that's why I get drinks. But I don't think she intends for me to eat the umbrellas, but I see that as like a bonus. Like icing on a cake.
So for icing on a cake is edible.
Do
Technically, an umbrella isn't.
you not eat the umbrellas?
No, so like
No.
when you get the fruit on the little wooden stick as well, you're not supposed to eat the wooden stick, you're just supposed to eat the fruit. The
Oh,
umbrella is like the stick.
So you're not supposed to eat the stick either?
No, no. It doesn't seem to make you sick. So I suppose you can keep doing it. But if you're really unlucky, it could stab, it could do some, they're sharp.
Huh. Never thought about it before. Well, hang on. Well, I'm gonna change my shirt. I'm all sweaty because I thought about having to lie and it made me sweaty. Hang on. Go in the other room, just put like a tie-dye shirt on.
While Astra is gone, I would like to, provided that Luciana isn't directly beside me, I would like to message Cherry.
Yes, please do so.
I would like to say, essentially fill her in on literally everything that has just happened, because I have no filter. And then added on top, I would like to specifically point out, I don't trust Cephas, and now I've signed a contract with them. You're usually good at these situations. What do I do?
We get at, like, in the original, because I'm assuming this is like rapid fire texting,
absolutely.
not just like one. Yeah. So you get the initial, like, damn, that is crazy, all that happening. And you do get how did you sign the contract? What do you mean signed a contract?
I will give them all the information. That, at least that I know, because I saw the kind of like magic binding us together and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so you get like the ellipses of like they're typing for a very long time. And I say, look, yeah. Did you read it before signing it?
I wasn't really in a position to read it.
Yeah, no doubt. Sick. So probably like totally fine in the context of you're doing what the contract outlines. Dan, that is a tough cookie to crack on that one, huh? Yeah, Cephas is like pretty legit usually. Did you happen to like take a photo of the contract or anything?
Oh yeah, I have this.
Um,
Don't you worry. And I'll send them. I don't think it actually is clear enough to make out anything, but I will send through the picture I've took of
Yeah.
the night.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a contract. So you can't break it is the bad news. The good news is it has some pretty sick benefits.
Sick life insurance.
Yeah, you've got dental, which is awesome.
Dang.
Yeah, look, you're gonna have to talk to her. It outlines some like resources that are at your disposal whilst under the contract, but I wouldn't recommend like going against an immediate directive that the contract outlines. Because it's like a pact contract by the looks of it, and it's not gonna be particularly good if you just straight up don't do it. But there's also no clause to get out of it early, so you would have to get Cephas to agree to dissolve the agreement, huh?
So we like have to get to like whatever she wants at the end of it, and then it's broken.
Yeah, so this seems to be a 3-part contract. Just at a glance. Yeah, looks like you may have done one part. I don't know what the other parts are.
I mean, I don't mind taking orders for a little while. She's terrifying. I do not want to mess with her. I just get bad vibes.
Yeah, look, she has that impact on people sometimes. I mean, I haven't I haven't met her directly or anything, but I hear it around the block. Yeah. Whew. Wow, this is you probably should have read it, huh? But I understand that you weren't in a situation where you could, because she was probably saying, like, sign it now, don't you dare sit and read through the terms and conditions. And she probably wasn't, like, super open to negotiating and wasn't trying to, like, bring an equal discussion to the table or anything, huh?
Yeah, she was doing that like hot girl bullshit, like just sitting
Yeah,
there
yeah,
and
no doubt.
I just
Mm.
also I'm completely ignoring the fact that they are being absolutely sus about knowing Cephas or not. I am choosing to be ignorant. Yeah, just weird vibes. It's just so weird that they knew about Astra and potentially knew about Lucy too. And they want me.
Yeah.
I'm literally no one.
Yeah, that's super weird. That they seem to know stuff about things. That they Hey, are you like meant to go and meet them anytime soon?
Yeah, like soon sometime. Whenever we get to it.
Yeah. You may want to, if you know you're supposed to do that, and that's come from Surface, you may want to get on that. And as that message comes through, you do feel the same sense of like anxiety or like panic building that you'd had when you woke up and it was past the time that you were supposed to meet to go and set out on this. Luciana, you're starting to feel that as well. Astra also starting to build as well. Of a like, oh yeah, we should probably get going, huh? Like that when your car is coming up to like the parking ticket is about to like roll over and you're like, I'm gonna get a ticket if I don't get to my car in time. That kind of feeling is like starting to build.
Yes, the epitome
very
of my
slightly.
generalized anxiety.
Mm. Anyone in the living room can roll a sharp as well.
Would that include me?
I would say not
Okay.
because you were engrossed in
Oh.
conversation. You're looking at your phone.
Yep. Fair.
Um,
10.
10?
Yeah.
Am I rolling as well?
Yes. If you've
Okay.
come back into the space after changing, you can roll.
Okay.
Oh no, I lied. 11. I'm bad at math.
Oh, it's even better. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. What was me?
Sharp.
Yes.
That is a 3.
Mark experience. So, Astra, you're just like kind of head, like you're doing the thing where you've like just put a shirt on, and you're like still kind of like, oh, like you as it's pulled over, like just moving your hair and stuff and kind of coming back into the space. Luciana, you notice sitting on the windowsill outside the window is a raven. Not super noteworthy, kind of weird that like with all this activity and conversation that it's happily sitting on the windowsill. But you notice it has turquoise eyes as well. And it's just kind of sitting there chilling.
So I don't know if you remember this. You asked us what we were scared of, and I was like, oh, I've got like the big overarching fear. But then I mentioned that she's scared of birds.
Yeah.
So I mean, she would have noticed the eyes, but she'd be more concerned about getting somewhere where the raven can't look at her.
It's looking like it is making eye contact. As you've noticed it, it's looking back.
Yeah, she's either probably gonna like try and back up and get into like the kitchen
Mhm.
or a different room, or if the only room she can get into is like Astra's bedroom, she'll head over in that direction as well. She's
Yeah.
just bad.
You are
Bad.
able to stay within the room, but kind of like move to the side because the curtains are like half drawn. You can just kind of move to the side a little bit, and you've broken eye line with the bird.
Uh-huh. Everybody ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think my wig is back on probably, I think. I don't think like I feel anxious. So, but it's not like crystal tummy hurt. Like it's not that. I feel like we need to go. for some reason. Are we all okay?
There's just a bird. I'm ready to go. If you're ready to go, and if Harper's finished furiously texting.
A bird, and then like look over at the window. Does the bird look at Astra?
Yeah, it would. Like if you now that Luciana has broken eye line with it, if you turn and look at it, it would probably turn and look back at you as well. It's noticeable enough if you're standing and like looking and paying attention to it, the turquoise eyes as well.
I mean, I feel like this is Astra. They're a big bundle of excitement. They would go right up to the window, just be like, "Oh, look at you! You have pretty eyes! Wow!" Like the window's probably shut. Like the bird probably can't hear them, but they're just like, "Wow, a thing!" Does it? I don't know. Does it fly away? I feel like they've done this with pigeons before, and the pigeons are like, "Ah, blah!" Like, and then like leave. So
it stays kind of where it probably takes like a couple of steps back to like the back of the windowsill, but the window is shut. There's that kind of barrier between yourself and the raven, so it just kind of and like looks up.
I would let it inside, but I let a pigeon in once, and Nana said I shouldn't do that. So birds have eyes like that all the time. Is that a thing? Why is it looking at me? This is so weird. Anyway.
Has Harper also looked at the bird, or is Harper too engrossed in their phone still?
Honestly, I think everyone's looked at the book, so I'm happy to just not look.
Chill.
If that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm assuming everyone will, in their own time, make their way to the door and head out together. Unless there's anything else people need to follow up.
I think we're good.
Yep. So it's a walking distance. Are you going to go jump in the car and park in front of Phantasmagoria, or are you going to just walk down?
I don't walk.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 10-ish. Maybe I can't remember how long we said it was. It's not like a stupid long walk.
It's a short walk.
But I don't walk. But I don't walk. I don't walk.
Is this a High School Musical?
Yes, it is.
I mean, does Harper actually say I don't walk?
Correct.
Is fine because Harper's car would be here if we came straight here from the caves.
Mm-hmm.
So, driving's fine.
Either that or I give you a piggyback ride, but you can walk. I've seen you walk. But it's fine. We can just take the car.
Luciana, do you look back to see if the bird is still on the windowsill, or are you adamantly avoiding?
No, I am definitely looking for the bird.
Yeah, it's still on the windowsill and it is looking at you guys still.
Creepy.
But you'll bundle into the car and drive down. It is a very, very short drive because it's only a 10-minute walk. I'm assuming pulling up onto the curb as per usual in front.
I'm going to get a parking ticket one of these days.
Everyone out and through the door. The bar is open, or the front door is open at least, even though the bar itself is not. And stepping through into the space, you look up. Cephas is not in the corner, but Henry is up in the corner where Cephas usually would be.
I think we need to talk to good old Heine. We have some questions.
He does, he doesn't look up, but as everyone walks in, say, welcome back.
I will.
Cephas is out back if you need her.
Wave horrifically sweetly as I enter.
He is not looking up. So
I will still try it. It's almost like the less attention you pay to Harper, the more attention she'll give you. Is he behind? You said he was sitting at the bar, is that right?
He's sitting up in the corner table that Cephas is usually at, and he's going through some documents. He's said that Cephas is out back.
Is there anyone around at the moment?
No, he's the only one in this space.
I actually have a medical question for you.
All right, shoot.
Seeing as, like, you've been such a big help to us so far, I figured you could answer something for me.
I can try. What's the question?
I actually just need... Okay. I'm going to whisper to him. What is Carpenter's disease? Just in case it's something sus. I don't actually know if it's something sus.
Yeah. He kind of sits back as you've like leant down to like whisper. It's like, that is a very particular medical question. It's a rare disease that causes petrification of whatever part of the body it's inflicting. And it slowly spreads and then eventually petrifies the heart.
Is that something that would have been used in the notes on any of these people who died? Like in the hospitals or whatever?
Is that a DM question, like in the information you had been given, or is that towards Henry?
Oh, that's towards Henry. But more like, okay, so my logic, my train of thought here is that she would have been told that she has Carpenter's disease because obviously they didn't know this thing existed. And that is like a signifier for the thing that actually happened to her. Because immediately hearing Carpenter's disease and saying about how it's like a petrification of extremities or like whatever is being impacted immediately makes me think of what has been happening to people. Or would it not be reasonable for me to make that assumption?
No. That is... So he kind of looks like Carpenter's disease is, like I said, very rare. And it is
increasing pretty consistently over the last 3 years, kind of rare.
As in, there has been one death of it in the last, about 6 months ago.
Were you involved in that case? No. I didn't mean you did anything to them. I just meant, did you know them? Did you see them?
I didn't treat them. They did come through the hospital. I feel like there's a reason that you're asking me this. It's an exceptionally rare disease that most people don't know exists.
No, I just felt like talking to you. Okay, we'll go find Cephas now.
It's always riveting and a pleasure. And he just goes back to...
Mainly because I don't want to talk to him about super secret stuff out in the open. I guess I'll signal to the other two to follow me, despite the fact they're the ones who both work here, and I'll head out back.
Oh, I did not stick around while you were having this conversation. I'm gone.
I think Astra was kind of politely waiting for the conversation to end, and they said, "Oh, hello, Dr. Henry. I'm sorry." And then they'll get out their phone and they'll say, you did have the right number. So I'm just gonna confirm that it's me." And then they send back, like they're texting him in front of him, like a smiley face, and then like, "Hello, Dr. Henry. I hope you have a nice day." And then they'll, okay, great, bye. And then they'll
He is just like having such whiplash between Harper and then just the incredibly pure energy of Astra. It's just... Thanks, Astra. I appreciate that. And Luciana has headed through already. Looking in the back, just like general area, you can't see Cephas, so I would assume you make your way to her actual office.
Yeah. We'll keep going till we find her.
Yeah, and walking through, it's easy enough. You do pass Desi, And he's like, "Hey, how's it going? I covering your shift tonight. Don't worry about it." And he just goes about his usual, what you would be doing at this time, setting up for the shift. And you go into Steph's office, and she is sitting, waiting, going over documents, as she 99% of the time is. Come in, Luciana.
So I had like an unsettling experience with a bird just
Mhm.
before we headed in here.
Okay. Are you?
Anything to do with you? No, I don't like birds.
I will have a speak to Henry then.
Bastard! Sorry, that was really loud. I thought I was muted.
You can see there's 3 chairs that are in front of her desk, where we have the pleasure of the other 2 joining us. I assume so, from what I've been informed.
I mean, once Harper finishes with the doctor.
I was going to say she's talked to Henry, isn't she?
Mhm.
Mm. Well, have a seat while we wait for them. I'm assuming it's not long after that Harper and then Astra will file in. Right. So we have a bit to talk about, I suppose. And that is where we're going to take our break for tonight. Because it has gone past our break time by a little bit, but I did not want to interrupt the delicious RP of poor Astra having to go over the deepest, darkest secrets. But going into our break, we are going to propose the question of, would you sell, if you got a tummy ache and then threw up a crystal, how much would you charge? What would your going price be? That's what I want to know. How does one determine, is it like gemstone clarity? Who knows with tummy little happy helpful rocks? Could be anything. But we are going to go into a break. We will be back soon. And I'm sure there'll be more delicious RP of Party being able to ask Stephus. They can follow up their very apparent suspicions that they have of definitely not a suspicious character. So we will see you guys after the break.
Blam.
And welcome back, everyone. I hope you all got a cup of tea or stretch your legs or a glass of water or whatever you needed. We are back to, I'm sure, ask some questions of Cephas, as everyone has found their way into her study and taken a seat in front of her desk. Well, what did you find?
A dancing puppet, and a guy with a flute in a tree who wouldn't fall out of the tree. And oh, wait, I can show you. And they will get the bits of the gem that may or may not be sort of semi-fused together, and the flute out of their bum bag.
You hand the flute. It does the gem. It's only very barely discernible, so no one else would probably notice the gem fusing, but it is, while you are holding both sides of the larger one, it is slowly knitting back together along the seams. But she takes both of them and is looking particular interest at the flute. Well, that is concerning.
I also those I made those. I didn't make the flute. But these are helping crystals, and they have been used to not help, which is bad.
Yes, that is rather concerning. No, I did recognize them. So that aspect has been remedied or stopped, I'm guessing. The fact that you've been able to bring these pieces back.
Sure.
I mean, unless there's more flutes.
Only time will tell, I guess, in that respect. Right, so you've gone. Where exactly was this? That there was a dancing puppet and particularly stubborn individual in a tree.
I'm checking my notes so I can remember exactly what the name of the caves were. It was them caves in them there woods.
I mean, you can, for the sake of expediency, you can say you give the general outline of the journey to the caves, and I'm not going to force you to elaborate every single detail because it was.
Well, you think I would have written that one down? But it was caves in potentially the Willowwoods. I could be wrong about that, but caves.
It was between the ash grove and the willow. Yes, the caves. Right, I'm familiar. Interesting arrangement of cave systems.
Oh, we did leave a bunch of corpses in there. We didn't technically make those corpses, but someone should probably get out there and clean it up.
Yes, well, that can be arranged. Try and identify and return loved ones, as it were.
I thought one of them was Derek, but it was not. And there were these little spirit things that were very nice and very helpful. And they were in the tree. And Luciana had to like shoot them out of the tree. But they're fine. They were very nice.
Yes, well, that cave system is home to Will-O-Wisp. You had to remove them from the tree. What happened?
They'd been turned into lanterns, essentially.
Right. Well, what was happening in that cave was definitely against the natural cycle of things, so I dare say the will-o-wisps would not have been particularly pleased that that was happening within their lair. But it's good that you freed them.
Well, we were walking in, and then like it was like I think it might have been the flute guy. We were sort of walking forward, without wanting to really. But then Harper played some music off of her phone, and then we didn't have to walk anymore. And then that was when the willow wisps. That was when one said hello. So I don't know if that helps.
That does help. And you can see as you're like kind of describing more and more what transpired within the caves, she pulls out from in her desk like a little headpiece. It's not a monocle, but it's like an attachment. It has like all the different lenses, like a jeweler might have. And you see she like flicks one down and picks up the flute and is examining it. Right. Well, this does seem to be somewhat what was causing the aversion to dancing, and then also whatever compulsion you were under. How do you feel you handled what transpired?
What are we in a performance review right now?
I'm merely checking in on how you feel, if you are well enough equipped for what you dealt with.
I feel that we met expectations.
Well, I'm not talking about my expectations because I will easily be able to assess whether you did or did not meet them. I am asking how you felt you went and how capable you felt you were.
I thought we did great. No one's hurt, no one's dead. We found out plenty of info.
No one's dead that wasn't already dead.
Right, there were the corpses.
I think we did well, and in terms of how well equipped, I mean, I didn't have to get out my sledgehammer or my shotgun, so I still have other equipment, so that I didn't need.
Well,
If
that's
if
good
that.
to hear. And these individuals, the dancer and the one in the tree, anything particularly noteworthy of them? Or just unfortunate bystanders that were forced into a role?
Curious question. Do we feel compelled to tell her anything?
At this point, no.
Okay.
You don't feel anything weird.
I'm gonna look at Luciana. Probably most notably. Because I handed you the journal. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that I still had that. I was gonna say I hand over the locket, which honestly I might still just hand over the locket. I think she had no say in any of the matter. I think he was looking for something and didn't find exactly what he wanted.
You should open the locker and look in. An unfortunate fate for lovers, it would seem.
All too common.
Hmm.
Out of character, I would say if I don't feel like Astra necessarily saw the journal
Mhm.
because they were sort of freaking out and like putting the gem in their
Yeah.
bag. If they had seen it, they probably would just blurt out everything and be like, "Yeah, it's surface. It's cool. Like we found a book."
I would say that is. I will leave it up to your discretion whether they would have, because the journal reading was kind of happening in time with Astra pocketing the first one, and then when the journal was passed from Harper to Luciana, Harper come over with the flute. So if you think there would have been a window in there that they would have looked over and seen it, that's fine. If you feel that they were enwrapped in their own thoughts, that also is fine.
Okay. I'm gonna rule it as the latter because I don't want to be a party pooper and be like, "You guys are trying to do this." Well, I say no. Blah. So
I'm just putting the onus on Luciana to mention it.
Yeah, like just because mostly because she'd entirely forgotten that she put it in her bag. Uh, I may have, like, she may have entirely forgotten as well, because I did. But she was wanting to like investigate it further in more detail
Mhm.
later on.
Mhm.
And that's something that I could have said that we did on the car ride on the way back because I wasn't driving, but I didn't. So she's not like not telling her to be like
Mhm.
keeping a secret. Like if she asked, "Where did you get the information that leads you to believe this thing?" She'd go like, "Oh, I have a journal." But at the moment, she wants to look at it more, so she's not putting that information
Mm.
forward. She'll get it eventually. She'll probably pass it on eventually. She thinks of it. She's just put it more as a, this is something I'd like to think on more. And she doesn't want to give that up immediately.
Hmm.
So it depends how perceptive Cephas is going as to whether the journal is going to be mentioned.
Anything else of particular note? Obviously, it is a concern that your particular brand of crystals, Astra, have been involved in this.
How did you know that we got back?
So I was informed that you had returned back.
We hadn't informed anyone ourselves. How did you know?
It is interesting how word of mouth can travel quite quickly. But Henry was gracious enough to have a watchful eye out in case some kind of backup was going to be needed.
Oh, cool. He's watching us too. Grand.
Well, he's not doing the watching per se.
That's
But you can bring it up
terrifying.
with him.
um I Harper and Luciana know everything. Um well, I think everything about um me not being a person, kind of.
Mm.
Um bec- because the crystals, I had to explain that. Um so um just uh yeah, I guess so that you know. Um I don't think there's anything else that we needed to say. Does this mean that people can dance without going well, without bad things happening to their
Mm.
fingers and stuff?
I would take an educated guess as to yes, most likely this has removed that danger for now, at least, unless someone tries to do it again. Which leads me to the next point of trying to determine who exactly orchestrated this in the first place.
Well, one of the little sprites showed us that there was a person with a robe that was very long, and they maybe had like a mask kind of, but like not a full one on. Um, but I don't remember selling any of my helping crystals to anyone like that. So I don't know who they would be.
Hmm. Did you have a description of this mask they were wearing?
I think it kind of looked like a moon a little bit, I think, but I'm not sure if that was what it was. It wasn't super clear. Um
There was a
Well, let's
horn
lead.
too. Don't know if it was part of the mask or part of their face or whatever, but I feel like a horn coming out of someone's head's probably going to be pretty obvious.
You would think. Depends if it's there all the time or not.
Excuse my sneezing. At this point in time, I would bring up that there is like a journal, and that I was going to look into it more a little bit later to see if we could find out more information about how this happened. And I'll pull that out of my little bag as well and put it on the table, but closer to me, implying that I would like to keep it.
She will lean over and pick it up, and she will flick through very quickly over the initial stuff, like very, very quickly. And she will, when she gets to that kind of second to last page, which is like all scroll and very disjointed, she would take a moment to kind of just like, she's looking at it and kind of rereading that page over and over again, trying to kind of absorb in all of the random thoughts. And then flick to the last page. And again, same kind of thing, just like taking in the little half finished like runes and sigils that are on the page. And she'll close it and she'll return it back to in front of Luciana. I think that potentially we might move the location of this meeting to elsewhere. Unless there are any complaints.
You're the boss.
Very astute judgment of yours, Harper.
Keeping it real.
She will stand up and she'll just say Henry, and like
Plus he's in the
instantaneously,
fucking
just
room.
about
Bastard.
Henry will step in to the room. He was not within the room, but he will step through the threshold. Could you bring the car around? And he'll just like nod and he'll duck out. Shall we all go together?
My only complaint is if we're going to my flat, because I don't have Nana says you should always have biscuits and things for guests. So if that's where we're going, I don't have biscuits. I need to buy those.
No, darling, we're not going to your apartment. That's fine. I will give
Okay.
you plenty of notice if I ever intend to stop by.
Okay. Where are we going?
Let's just say my place. convenient. It's easier than explaining.
Well, then if you're not, may as well have to go together, won't we? If you won't tell us where it is.
I could give you an address, but you might have difficulty getting in.
What does that mean?
It means that when you go through the front door, you might struggle to get into the places that I require you to be if you're not with me. Do you need me to break it down for you in a simpler way, Harper?
No, I'm more meaning you're not really giving us much of an option. So I guess we go together.
Well, and she'll stand up and she'll put her coat on and she'll gesture to like the back exit.
I'll go out first. Bye.
I'm going to stick my head out the other way and say goodbye to my coworker whose name I have forgotten, big fun himbo man,
Deciduous.
and just be like, thanks, I owe you. Sorry about the boss thing.
Hey, don't worry about it. When the boss asks, you just say, yeah, huh?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, yeah, have a good night. And he just like goes out the front. Like to him, it's just like a, oh yeah, she asked if I was free, so I said yes, but completely missing the acknowledgement in a serious way from Luciana.
Then we'll go, because we do not want to keep anybody waiting for a really long time. But it was impolite to not say thank you last time.
Yeah. Cephas is just waiting by the door, kind of holding it ajar. Harper, as you go out first in the rear access point, there is a black van, a very nice looking van. Like it is obviously some kind of luxury van with very darkly tinted windows. Just waiting. Henry's got the side, like the door open, and he's just leaning against the van waiting for people to come out.
You're telling me I can't go shotgun? Damn.
You can try. There is a front seat.
Yeah, I know, but this man hates me. You know what? I'll try it. I'll give it a go.
They ask him to move from leaning against the passenger side door so you can get in? Or do you go in and then climb over?
No, I wouldn't climb. I would absolutely just walk up to him and just... Front seat has more room.
Sorry, have we forgotten how to use our words? That's not really phrasing it as a question.
Can you please move, Heine, so that I can sit in the front seat?
I can, but I won't. So, you know, there's that.
That's fine. Your loss. Much better at controlling the music anyway. And she'll go sit in the back. She knows when she's lost.
Yeah, he's just like watching her get in. Oh, it's everyone else just filing out and jumping in?
Yeah, I'm not going to try and take the front seat.
No, I think seeing that it's a big van, Astra is excited because they're like, finally a car with enough room for my legs. They're just excited. They're like, yeah, we're going somewhere. Awesome. I don't have to buy biscuits. Sick.
Yeah, everyone clambers in. He'll move around. Cephas does come and sit in the back in the main space of the van, and Henry will jump into the front seat and start driving. Cephas has documents with her, as always, and is going through them, but she's available if anyone wants to speak to her. If not, the car will just go, and we will rock up at our destination.
I do want to send another message because I'm annoying. To Cerise specifically. What's what I meant. So I'll be bloody telling everything that I've bloody been told because I have no ability to keep myself quiet. But I will return to something, and specifically looking in the back of Henry's head. I'm going to send Cherry a message and just be like, hey, so that picture I sent you earlier, the tall doctor, he looks weird, right? Like, I'm not the only one that thinks he looks weird.
Yeah. Yeah. He, I mean, you could just ask him. It's not really, like, super polite to, like, point out when people aren't, like, human and what they are. So you could just, like, ask him.
Yeah, but you see, we're really trying to, quote unquote, work on our relationship, meaning he hates my guts. I can't really ask, but I need to know if he's going to be a threat.
I mean, that's like, ooh. I mean, anyone's the potential of being a threat if you wrong them enough, I guess. I don't reckon he's gonna, like, try and do anything if that's what you're asking. It's not really his style, I don't think. But, I mean, yeah, he could probably do some damage if he wanted to.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, if you think I'm not in trouble, then I'm not in trouble. You have a really good way of, reading people.
Yeah, you can just tell with the eyes sometimes, a person's, like, vibe, I guess.
Yeah, Henry's eyes certainly are a thing, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Just going back to my notes, just in case I need to ask anything in particular. So, like, why would his be green in this picture? Do you know?
Like, the reflective is that, like, I mean, it could be, like, a couple of things. I could hazard a guess, but again, it's, like, kind of rude to speculate as to what someone is without, like, getting their permission on if they want to tell you. But, like, there's a couple of different things that could have, like, a green reflect in their eye. I mean, he's got, like, his bird as well, like some kind of familiar.
Yeah, they did mention a bird. I didn't see one, though. You sure I have to ask him?
Like, I can tell you, but it's like a huge social, like, it's like a faux pas, man. Like, it's not a good thing to just go telling people what people are.
Oh. I mean, I'm not using it for bad reasons.
Maybe his would be fine with you asking then, if it's, like, not for nefarious, like, intent.
Fine. I suppose I can be polite. Anyway, and she'll just go rattle off about something
Go
else.
back to, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the car ride, unless Astra or Luciana, unless there was anything they were wanting.
I do not have anything I can think of right now.
I think Astra would just ask, they'll just be like, Cephas,
Yes, darling.
do you think blonde doesn't suit me? Should I get a different wig?
I think blonde is very charming on you, Astra. However, there is nothing against changing up a hairstyle every now and then.
Okay. Thank you. I will think about it. And then they'll probably just spend the rest of the car ride looking like they're thinking really hard, but like not a lot is happening in their head. Like,
All thoughts but
Cephas,
head empty.
yeah, Cephas was like, she didn't really fully look up. Like, she was being sincere in her answer, but she's like, yes, not, like, just, like, keeping doing, like, paperwork and stuff. And after driving for probably about 25 to 30 minutes. You're in the east side of town when Henry pulls up at a curb and stops. We'll roll the door open for everyone, and you're standing in front of a complex, and you are in front of what looks like a contemporary bar/art gallery type building, and it says Viridian on the signage. Cephas will just turn and, well, we're here. Let's go in, shall we? And she'll lead the way before getting anyone's response.
Barkeep owns another bar, I guess.
Did say it was unlikely she just owned the one.
I thought she was there enough that she wouldn't be able to do much more, but I can be wrong.
And as you walk in, it is a very nice kind of foyer of this bar area. Very, very different aesthetic to Phantasmagoria. This is, like I said, very contemporary. You've got a lot of different, I guess, panes of glass making up intricate patterns in the ceiling. It's not LED light. It's like you just have different lengths of glass panes that are all different shades of green, making up these very intricate, almost sculptures in the ceiling of this place. There is art around you going into like a front bar area. And this time of day, there are a couple of patrons kind of milling about. This is definitely much more of you go for like a drink or two versus Phantasmagoria, which people would go for the night, and like it's more that bar atmosphere where you'd go and hang out. You might dance, you might like go from room to room in this place. This is like a cocktail lounge, this entryway. So it's more a social where you can actually talk at a reasonable volume. You can see the barkeeps, they definitely acknowledge Cephas when she walks in. Just like a nod as she walks through to a back area. I'm assuming everyone's following along. Henry is making up the rear.
Yep.
Kind of trailing behind everyone.
Yep.
While they're walking, I want to just Henry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, shoot, what can I help you with?
Would a person die if they ate too many of the little umbrellas that they put in drinks, do you think?
Look, Astra, I think you've got a pretty good constitution. I'm not sure if you're referring to yourself in this instance or a friend, but it would depend on the person. A typical human might struggle with it if it's a frequent occurrence. Some individuals who are more robust, it's fine. All in all, it's non-toxic. It's paper and wood.
Okay. Thank you. Haha. And they are walking with slightly more confidence because they're like, typical human, not so. I can eat all the umbrellas I want. That's it.
Yeah, anyone else up to anything?
I definitely don't feel like that was permission, but not gonna say anything.
All right. So walking through, Cephas walks into like a back area, and you can see it's not like a petitioned off, like no entry, but it is like a crystal formation. It's like an accent wall almost. And she'll walk up, and you can see she pulls something out of her pocket and just kind of hovers it, running it down a seam in the wall. And from that kind of central point, it like lights up along cracks and patterns that you didn't see beforehand. and will just kind of collapse in on itself, and there's a pathway that opens. I will say, Harper, you can roll a sharp because you're right behind. Who was following close behind Cephas?
Didn't really think of it.
Yeah, I would say Harper was keeping fairly close, wasn't
I
she?
think Harper's been going first most of the time, so that I
Yeah.
guess makes sense. She'll keep doing that.
Mhm. I agree.
That's not great. That's a 5.
Well, mark experience, you don't see what she's holding
Yay,
and what
I
she's
level
as she
up.
then puts it back in her pocket fairly swiftly and will walk through, and without really checking if anyone's following her, she's kind of very confidently finding her way through.
We're gonna die.
No, we're not,
In a
but
creepy
only 'cause she needs us.
basement.
You're actually going up.
We're gonna
'cause
die
there are
in an attic.
As you all follow through, it leads to a small staircase. But it's like a very like tight staircase where it like wraps around quite swiftly. Not a huge amount of room. Enough that like Astra's not having to stoop their head or anything like that, but it's built for efficiency and a purpose. It's not like a feature staircase by any means. And you make your way up into the next space, which is a very beautiful room, a lot more open. It doesn't really make sense as you walk in. From having looked at the space from the outside, this room would have to be eating into like the next building. Like this is definitely not within the parameters of this bar. And you can see walking through, it looks almost like a bar coming in, except there is a large space that looks like it could be some kind of training space. There are multiple different doors leading off to different sections. And there is a bar-esque area that has 3 individuals that are sitting in it. One standing behind the bar and the other 2 sitting, looking like they could be arguing over something. But as soon as the 5 of you, I can math, or exit out of the staircase, you can see their attention is immediately turned to all of you walking over. There's the man that's behind the bar, who's a tall, slim individual, tan skin and white hair, just big grin in ways. I was like, "Hey, boss, how you going?" And Cephas will just like nod at him and say, "I have brought some people to speak with everyone." It's like, all right. Not everyone's here at the moment, but you got the 3 of us if that's of any help for you. Kind of out on assignments and stuff, huh? It's like, yeah, all right, that's fine. That's to be expected. You can see the 2 people sitting with them. One is another man, brown hair with a white streak running through the front, looking very sour, like kind of scowling over to everyone. And there is a woman sitting with him who has auburn hair, a very beautiful young lady, a little bit curvier. And she's smiling and kind of a half wave over to everyone as you make your way over. Henry will walk over to the gentleman that's sitting and be, Ryan, have you got the papers that I needed from you? And he kind of looks like, he's like, yeah, all right. And he would like lean down and just like slap a pile of papers on the desk, not looking happy about it, but seems to have what Henry needed. I would just pick it up. It's like, all right, if you need me, I'm going to be in my office. All right. And Henry's just going to walk out the back. All right. Well, who you got with you? Can I get you a drink or anything? What are you after? And he's looking at the 3 of you.
No, thank
I
you.
don't think I've ever had a drink in my life now, suddenly. I'm like, drinks. Yes, that would be good. I don't remember what drinks are.
Hey, I'll start you with water. What about you, tall guy? Anything in particular? Particularly a fancy?
Um, I don't know if I'm a guy, but I don't really mind, but could I please have something big and colorful with 2 umbrellas in it?
Nah, I can do that. You
Thank
sure I
you.
can get you like at least just like a water or anything? And it's like poison to Luciana.
I will also have something large and colorful, but I don't need an umbrella.
More
Just 'cause
umbrellas
we're
for
doing
them.
that.
And he'll start mixing up drinks. Probably will, I think, similar to what Luciana done, like a fruit tingle or something like that. Something just like a nice, vibrant jewel-like color with a gradient. And he'll put the umbrella in Astra's, and they'll take the other one, and instead of putting it in Luciana's, he'll put 2 umbrellas in Astra's. And it will slide them over. And it will slide a water over to Harper while she's deciding on what she would like. Right, I guess introductions are in order. Hi, I'm Sigil. Nice to meet you. New recruits. Are we looking at here? What's going on there, boss? And I have to say, contractors, independent contractors. It's like, oh yeah, for sure. Right, it's gonna be a pleasure working with you while you're contracted, at least. These are Scarlet and Rohan. Don't mind them. Probably don't talk to Rohan. Not going to really get you anywhere. I just hear like a scoff and mild acknowledgement from the gentleman at the end of the bar. But Scarlet will turn around and say, "Yeah, hi, I'm Scarlet." And she kind of extend the hand for the handshake. If you need anything, I have, I'm pretty up to date with a lot of things, so I can be pretty helpful if you do need. Um, Contractors, that is so interesting. Is this your first kind of job of this caliber?
It's actually my first
Yeah.
job.
Wow, okay.
Hello, I'm Cheese Biscuit. You can call me Astra though. Um, I don't know what caliber means, but I am a bouncer at a bar, and sometimes I do odd jobs for my nana. So I don't know if we're going to be doing any knitting. Yes. If not, then no.
Okay, well, I don't know how much knitting is going to be really pertinent to like what we're doing, but good to know. Um, right. Sorry, I guess I should let Cephas inform us. I'm kind of, I'm just really enthusiastic to have you guys on board. Always good to have more hands. And you can see Cephas is just like through the whole interaction since everyone's been here pretty much, just like I should have sent advance notice that we were coming. Right, yes. Now that you've made the introductions, this is our contractors. But I guess I should probably inform you a little bit more as to what we're doing.
Yes, this has all been very mysterious and awkward.
Yes, well, the mystery was intended, the awkwardness less so. Where to start? And you see Scarlet will chip in and it's just like, well, if you haven't had any rundown, maybe I could be of help with that. And you see Tef's like, yeah, that's fine. She's like, well, so can I tell them everything? It's like, yes, you can tell them everything. I'd say, right, well, so we are the Order of Resplendence. It's kind of, don't think into it too much. It's a really old order, which is why it has kind of a pretentious name. But trust us, we do good work. And we've just been working on, at the moment, there's been this, I'm sure you've noticed, kind of magically induced phenomena of people dying in really horrific ways that we've been trying to get on top of because it's kind of linked into our thing, what we do. How familiar are you guys with like celestial bodies and celestial movements and things like that?
I sometimes read about
Great.
them in magazines.
Ooh, kind of a little bit different in the facets of what we deal with, but again, love the enthusiasm. So what we do here is we're trying to get to the bottom of this. There was an event that occurred about 3 years ago, where there was a celestial body that was summoned and dragged to Earth. We're assuming against its will because kind of, the body's not really supposed to be here, but the vibe of it being here is like fine, but kind of ripple effects of that are seemingly causing like really horrific events to happen. Are we following so far? I can write it down if you want. Would that be easier?
I
Wild.
think at this point, Astra looks at Cephas like panicking, like, oh no, oh no, oh no, bad. Like,
Yeah.
uh,
Cephas will just have like a hand on the shoulder and just say, it's fine, Astra, don't worry about it. Hey, it'll be fine.
do I tell them? Do I just say?
Well, I haven't divulged that piece of information, but you're welcome to if you would like to.
It's me. Hi, it's me. Um, I'm the thing.
Scarlet will turn and just like kind of make eye contact, like, oh my god! So you're the celestial body that was dragged down. Okay, wow, that changes a lot of things. Really good that we like know who it is. That makes a lot of things much clearer. Anyway, what we're trying to get to the bottom of. So that would be you then that has been distributing these crystals, and she'll pull out one of the crystals and say, so nothing wrong with that. It's actually better that you're moving them from your space and distributing them because what we think is happening is it's an accumulation of pressure. Do you know what a black hole is?
No. Also, I don't remember selling you a crystal. Also at this point, because they're kind of freaking out, the little bits on their skin is just like like they're like it's like looking into the factory where they make the rainbow paddle pops. I'm assuming like it's going all sorts of nuts. Um. No, I don't know what that is. What
Okay.
is that?
And again, with the whole space thing, what happens is we actually don't know the full extent of like what black holes can do and their whole deal, but essentially dragging in mass. So you've been like making these, right?
Um. Yeah. Yes. My tummy hurts, and then I spit them up, but I clean them. I clean them before I sell them to people.
No problem with that. I mean, we eat things like honey and stuff, and like a bee spits that up, and we don't have a problem with it. If you wash it, it's fine.
Bee spit honey?
That's probably like another conversation. But anyway, crystals, you making them and then spitting them up. We've speculated that it's like drawing mass in. So you having these in proximity is probably bad for you to have too many of them anyway. So distributing them, that's probably. Actually, Cephas, how did you get that contact that was buying them? And Cephas just say, yes, that is why I suggested that they sell them, and we have been buying most of them. It's like, right, that does make sense. Anyway, they are really, really handy and useful when they're used for good things. But unfortunately, there have been people that have been using them for bad things. Yeah, probably this group that usually goes by a Calamity. But yeah, they were probably the ones that summoned you. They were the ones that summoned you. I don't know why I'm beating around the bush. This is like your history, so you're more than entitled to know it. But they seem to have gotten wind that these are being sold. I don't know if that's why they wanted you summoned in the first place. I'm pretty sure just something went really fucking wrong. And I mean, if we'd summoned you, it would have gone really well. But by the sounds of it, these guys kind of, amateur hour, but everyone learns at their own rate. That's fine. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the long and the short of it. And now they're using them to cause death en masse. So thought that's not really ideal. So we're trying to get on top of it. And so I assume that's why you've been brought in as independent contractors who are going to help expedite. We have really good members, but there's only so much that one organization can do on their own. So getting a reliable source to help is great, and it's great to have you on board and helping us.
I feel like Astra needs like a little pat on the hand.
I
So
think
Astra's gonna get a little pat.
I think they kind of they give your hand a little squeeze, and then they're just gonna like take like 5 steps away and just lie down face flat on the ground, just like, I just need a minute. I just need a minute. Like they heard death en masse, and they're like, this is the exact opposite of what I wanted to happen.
Yeah, Sigil will like kind of lean up over the bunch, like, hey, let me help you with that. And he'll just like sharp whistle, and you see from like around the corner a fox like bounds out and it's holding a pillow in its mouth. And it runs over and it will kind of like drop the pillow and then kind of like use its snout and like lift Astra's head out and just like use its foot and kind of like shuffle the pillow out under Astra's head.
Thank you, kind dog.
And just it, like does like the head tilt that foxes do and just like and it just like scurries away. Yeah. Oh, Scarlett, I think I may have overwhelmed them like a little bit with that info dump. Well, okay, yeah, maybe it was too much, but it was all important information, so better to have it. Like I said, I can write it down for you. I have a lot of records. I've done a lot of study into this, so if you need like other information or anything, just let me know.
Luciana is trying to be cool about it, but she wants everything, so she's going to slightly too enthusiastically nod at the idea of, yeah, I would like notes and I would like information, and I would like you to tell me literally every thought you've had in the past 3 years since you started, like, everything.
Yeah, she's like, oh my god, yeah, no, I will get that all on wraps. So like I guess our next lead, so we had so I mean, Seth has sent a text before. So it was like Clarissa, was it? That was in the journal. That's the person that you found that was like the marionette, like dancing lady.
Out of
Seems to be the
character,
one.
that wasn't actually like her body. It was a made version, or it was her,
So
but
it was. So you know this.
crystallized, kind of.
It was the soul of the person was trapped in like an artificial body, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did think that's what it was, but I just wanted to check before I'm like, it
Yes.
wasn't actually her. It was just her soul attached to a doll. But since I am correct in my memories, I'll be like, yeah. So it was her, but it wasn't like her physical body. So there were corpses there, but she wasn't a corpse. She was like a marionette puppet doll with the soul bound to it,
Right.
presumably through this crystal, or maybe the crystal just animated her. Not really sure.
Okay. So something that we've got to follow up on is so Clarissa was actually she died. Carpenter's disease. Awful. Really rare disease. Shocking that she got it. But that's not the weird thing. It does still happen. The thing that's weird is her body went missing from the morgue like the day that she died. She got moved down and literally that night the body was gone. there were also, so this is what we were in the process of working on. There were 2 other bodies that went missing that night. So this is probably something that you guys can look into, because I've been looking into it and it's kind of a dead end because neither of them had any family within the city. So no one really had a lot of information on them. But there was Lance Rust was one of them. No known associates, but he was a comedian that was here. He's moved here. Again, not odd because we are a cultural city. We do have a lot of people like in the industry of entertainment or the arts that move here. But he suddenly died. His was a heart attack though. And the other one, what was her name? And Rohan at the end was like Beatrice Slace. Not a hard name. Right, yeah, Beatrice Slace. Anyway, ignore him. She was an artist. She was a sculptor and she was a painter. But she was starting to work on like new art forms and stuff. She had a studio, but that burnt down last year. We don't know if that's connected or not. But again, she had just moved here, maybe. So from this month, I would say 19 months ago, and had started her studio. Then that unfortunately burnt down, and her death. See, this is a weird one. It was essentially like she died of old age, but she was not old. So there's probably some magic fuckery going on there. But because the body went missing, we couldn't really ascertain what had happened. It went missing before the autopsy. Yeah, odd one. But ooh, I might have to get. There's so much that has been going on. This is like started like 3 years ago. That was when you arrived, honey. And yeah, has just like really been ramping up in like the last 6 months.
I think at the mention of like that's when you arrived, honey, Esther just goes, oh, like just smushing their face into the pillow, like I think I need another minute, like.
At that, the little fox like trots out again, but it's got a blanket in its mouth this time. And it does the like, it's like dragging out the blanket not folded, so it's like doing the thing that animals do, like the high walk to like pull it under it, and it will just like pull it over Astra on the ground, then trot off again.
Thank you,
I want
nice
a
dog.
fox to look after me when I have a mental breakdown.
Same.
I'd be very busy. The comedian, a heart attack? Really?
Yeah, maybe substance abuse. Rohan, you would know about that with substance abuse. That does give you like a higher predisposition to things like heart attacks, doesn't it? And you just see like the guy in the bar who is smoking heavily and has like a very generously poured glass of whiskey, just like looks up. What do you want from me? And goes back to his paperwork. She's like, yeah, look, again, it's hard because there weren't any autopsies. This all seems to kind of be like connected through maybe magical means. So I don't know if maybe these were just suitable bodies. It seemed to be some kind of host situation with Clarissa. So yeah, we'll just have to see how it plays out, if we can track them down, if we get anything else. But if any of the other bodies are to go by, probably not going to be able to do a very accurate autopsy anyway.
What other bodies?
Oh, like all the ones that have been like crystallizing and like the dilation of veins around the heart and stuff. Like, hey, that's just me. I'm not a medically trained professional, but if there seems to be some kind of magical phenomena that's affecting the heart, it's probably going to be difficult to like backtrack and rewind and figure out what caused the heart attack.
But they died of the crystallization. If these other people died of something else.
Oh,
Why
no.
are we assuming there's that connection?
I mean, all of the evidence that we've had thus far. I mean, the marionette, it wasn't her body. She was like a puppet with a crystal.
Fair. How long ago did they go missing? Is this all the same
They were all the
3-ish
same
months?
night. Yeah, no, this was 6 months ago that the bodies went missing from the morgue.
Her body went missing she died? Her body went missing 6 months ago.
Yeah.
People started crazy crystal dancing around 3
Yeah.
months ago.
No.
So that was 6 months ago. This is the interesting
3
thing.
months or 3 months?
3 months.
There was a 3-month like jump in the journal, which may have been where confusion came into it.
From it. Wait. Why am I telling you this when the keeper is literally telling you the answer? But so 9 months ago she got ill, and then for 3 months there was like weird shit in the journal, and then she died 6 months ago, and then things are still weird.
Yeah, right. I think Rohan had some files that would be very pertinent to the situation, and she'll just like turn and is just like looking very expectantly at Rohan, who's sitting at the bar. Yeah, I'll get on that. And you can see he's like just gestures from a corner and just waits. And then he's just like getting impatient. And you hear like the sliding of paper, and a black sphinx jumps up onto the bar and is taking its time walking over with like a folder in its mouth. And you can see he'll like lean forward slightly as soon as it's within arm's range, and it like pulls its head back a bit. It walks over, puts the folder down, and I'm like, yeah, good, great. And he'll open the folder and flick through, and he'll pull out 2 different files. Yeah, these ones have been fairly recent. You know how like the main pattern was like the hands and the feet and the heart, eyes get all fucked up.
Mhm.
Yeah, so these are the other ones, and there's 2 files, and one is like a photo of someone that's passed, and unlike the ones you were used to seeing, this was most of the chest. So it was like a V coming up from the heart, going over the chest and lung area, and then around the throat. And then the other one is the hands, no feet, but then also around the eyes, as well as just the eyes changing. It's like almost a mask of dilated veins going around, up to like the back of the jaw as well, like around the ears.
Great. That looks fun.
Astra will get up and kind of take the blanket with them and wrap it. You know, like when like it's cold or you don't feel well and you walk around your house like you're like the king of the kingdom or whatever in your blanket cloak, like, oh yes, this is my domain, kind of like that. And just take the pillow with them, and come and look. And do, does does this mean there are other flutes with crystals in them? Maybe they don't make people die if they dance, but different things? Is that what it means?
Was this at Rohan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just kind of like Scarlet and
At
or
the yeah.
Rohan, yeah.
Rohan will kind of like look from Luciana like over to Astra and just, yeah, that's what we're paying you to figure out. I thought that you guys were like would be skilled or something. I mean, you contracted by Cephas. And Sidru would just be like, all right, yeah, like I said, don't listen to him so much. Assumedly, yeah, there's gonna be something that's some kind of focus point that's causing this. I guess flute made sense for making a song for a dancer to dance to. I don't know what the other ones are gonna be. But hey, we're here to help you figure it out. You're the guys that are contracted to do it, but we are here to assist.
That's wonderful because we have no information until you give it to us. Very hard to investigate something. And she's looking at Rohan being like, it's very hard to investigate something. We don't know what we're investigating. We sorted out the last thing when we had information. Really, you need information.
Yeah, he just like looks, just like shrugs and goes back to like he's smoking and like looking over pretty much the same piece of paper that he's been looking at the whole time. Probably just does not want to really engage with the group of the three of you.
I want to set him on fire.
Yeah, so we can help with that. I will send some information over, but like I said, looking into, we do have a contact that maybe you can look into. It was just like, see, it's hard because this is not like a crime, so there's not really like a list of like witnesses or people that they last saw, and because none of them have a lot of associates or family or anything that are living in the city, there's not as much to go off. But I think we do maybe have one person that you can go and speak to. They're a friend of Lance's. They were their only emergency contact in the city. So that could be helpful for you guys as someone to talk to. But look, we'll figure it out. I will get the stuff together for you, and we can figure out the next point of action that you guys can go and look into.
Much appreciated.
Just to clarify, we have skills. Luciana is very good at setting things on fire. Harper can type really quickly on her phone. And I can do stuff, so it's gonna be fine. And then I think, hell with it. I feel like showing off. They're gonna look at Rohan and be like, I bet you can't do this. And then they're going to draw their finger in a line, and then probably like a little, almost like a black hole appears, and then they pull, and like kind of it's a sledgehammer, and at first it kind of materializes out of thin air, and it looks like all the different colors of the crystals they cough up, and they kind of twirl it around, and then but you can't do that, and then they chuck it up and it disappears again.
I just sit there and kind of look and like look up and it's like, yeah, well, can you do this? And he'll just like ignite his hand into fire and just like, we can all do things. And Scarlet just sounds like, fire again? Like, try something new for once. Yeah, you can do fire. Apparently she can too. It's not that interesting.
Well,
Just like, he just kind of like slumps back down and so keeps smoking and just ignoring everyone again.
we can do stuff. We can do stuff.
Hey, that is great. Doing stuff is going to be like a really valuable skill going forward. That I can guarantee you. I mean, I can do some things. don't worry about it. I don't think we need to hey, look, you saw Rohan with the fire and stuff, and you got a sledgehammer. So between all of us, hey, we're gonna get it done. Anyway, it's just kind of looking at general vibes of how much information is too much information. Are we these guys getting overwhelmed? But seeing Astra is kind of back up and talking and seems to have a hold of themselves a lot more, being able to play their turn. So he's like, yeah, so none of us want to rush you. Obviously, we're all here to help. But what time do you reckon it was this morning that you, the dancer?
Wasn't this morning at all.
Oh,
It was
today.
around 2 or 3 p.m. I think.
Right. So, and this is the kicker. Since you did that, had no more people coming in with the old hands and feet and heart. That's great. We have had 6 times more people with the other symptoms that have come in this afternoon. It was a once a week kind of thing, or less, not even. And we've had 9 people that have been admitted to hospital this afternoon. So I think it's been noticed, which is, hey, great work in getting the first bit done. Probably gonna get worse before it gets better though, huh?
Certainly sounds like it.
Right.
Hey,
That's
good
not
news.
our fault.
No, I'm not saying that it is. However, I'm assuming you don't want people to just die in horrific means beyond comprehension.
No, but if we're doing things to stop other people from dying, if other things get exacerbated that we didn't actively cause, I'm just trying to ascertain what you're putting down here.
I'm just trying to level with you that there's kind of it was bad before, and I'm not saying that you guys weren't taking it seriously. Obviously were, because hey, found out yesterday, delivered today. Great job. People are dying even faster than before. So, hey, keep up that morale and keep up that hustle, I guess, as what I'm saying. Unfortunately, not a time to pause and enjoy what has been a victory. Do not get me wrong. Something happened while you were out there. And maybe it wasn't the death of the dancer, but whatever happened, it's something clicked, and what was already set in motion was set in motion even faster.
Then don't we need this extra piece of the puzzle then?
I'm going to give that to you. Where, like I said, here to help. She's got the lead. He's got his hair. Hey, here to help.
Good to know.
I have a box full of crystals at my flat. Should I not have those if they're not supposed to all be in the same place?
My mic picks up. Skull say, yeah, well, so having them together in one place, not so bad. Probably shouldn't have. They're not next to your bed or anything, are they? Where you sleep?
No, they are next to the rat wizard.
I'm sure. Yeah. So the rat wizard is probably fine. I would probably not have a concentrated amount in a space that you are in a lot, because, like I said, there seems to be some kind of cause and effect of like the reason your body like gets rid of them is because this accumulated mass is not good for you specifically. So I mean, it's hey, your life, you can do what you want ultimately, but I would advise that probably you don't have them in your house.
But if I put them somewhere else, does that is it going to make people sick if I or just me?
I mean,
I
we can buy them off of you. We were getting them through our fence, who was buying them off you directly, and then you were just taking what you wanted to sell. So if you have more to sell, we'll buy them from you.
I mean, okay, I can bring them. Um, Sorry, this has just been a lot to absorb. Uh, you know that like do I make people sick? Is that is that what's happening? Do I? It's just
This
a lot.
At this point, Cephas will interject and she'll hand on the shoulder. No, darling, it's not you specifically that is making people sick, but it's an it's unfortunate byproduct of the wrong people getting their hands on the crystals. The same way you can warm yourself by a fire if it's left to get out of control that can burn your house down.
Okay. Um. Well. Um. What? What do we do now?
Well, I would recommend that we go have a seat, and she'll gesture over. There's like, it's not a lounging area, but it's like kind of half a study, half a like comfortable chairs kind of area on the side of the room. It's like a big open floor plan. Um, Scarlett will bring over some documentation for us to go over shortly. Sigil can get you another drink with some umbrellas in it, and we will see what you're going to be doing next. Unless anyone had any pressing questions for right now.
I have so many questions and like in and out of character. Been a big day for Luciana, and I'm just stupid. You know what? We good for now. I'll think of something later.
Yeah, I think Astra's probably like, should I ask what colors they want on their friendship bracelets? But it's probably just like, I don't know if they're gonna. Maybe I'll like. I think they're just like, no, I'm just gonna detective out what colors they want, and then I'm just gonna give them the bracelets. So they're just like trying to mind read. What colors do you like? But that's probably
Just for fun, roll a. I don't say roll cool. I feel this is like rolling is acting under pressure to like accurately ascertain a color palette.
okay. Oh, okay. 7. Yes. Yes, 7.
So you figure for Sigil, behind the bar, they're all wearing kind of uniform-esque things, so there's not a lot of personalization. Do you figure for Sigil, probably like cooler color schemes, grays and blues is probably his vibe. Autumnal kind of colors for Scarlet, and honestly, as boring as possible for Rohan. Nothing fun.
These are important notes. Okay.
The most important.
But no, I don't think I have any questions for right now. I don't think, other than that.
All right. Cephas will lead you over and kind of sit everyone down. She's going over again another general briefing of what they know, while you can see Scarlet has ducked out the back to properly get the pertinent documentation together. Rohan just lights up another cigarette. They're just like, they've gone through like probably 3 cigarettes during this conversation. And Sigil is topping their glass up of whiskey. Again, Henry is off in the corner. And that is where we're going to end tonight. With many questions still on people's lips, I'm sure. But there will be many bits of information that will be sent through for proper perusal. And with that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. My name is Alishiera. I was the keeper for this evening, and we're going to throw it over to BurrowsRed.
Hi, hello. I'm BurrowsRed. I play Harper. She's certainly a person. But I am also a person, and I exist on the internet. Check me out with all the stuff that I do in the panels down below.
Totally forgot it was me because the Discord cameras are in a different order and it takes me a few seconds every time. I am Maleficent. I will just say that I play Luciana, who is the Hex. I didn't say that at the beginning. I am a streamer and a cosplayer, and I make and do stuff when my brain is on, which it isn't right now. It turned off like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, you can find me all over the stuff. We have like panels with links and shit below this. Go look at that to find our stuff.
Not as much shit as she's implying either.
No, I mean Burrows does a lot of shit.
No,
Not like shit as in it
yeah,
shit, but does a lot of shit.
That was the joke. Was
yeah.
Hello, I'm Friendo. I play Astra the Summoned. They're from space! And now you know stuff. I don't do a lot on the web, because I don't know reasons. But I have actually drawn sort of like a little bit of what their apartment looks like. And I did also paint them again, inspired by our lovely keeper and their painting of Henry, hot boy, with a bird. So I will post those in the Discord shortly so that you can see. Thanks for hanging out. Taking Alishiera. Bake it away.
Again, thank you for joining us, everyone. Once again, I'm Alishiera. I do things and stuff. I like the Henry arc, which you can go into the Discord if you do want to see. Henry, who is arch nemesis with Harper, now canon. They just...
It has to be.
It started and I can't stop it. But yeah, so you can join the Discord if you'd like to see art, join the discussion. I make fantasy and D&D and TTRPG inspired jewelry and accessories. Burrows and I did not 1 but 2 markets on Saturday. I was just doing a full restock of all of the Pride donut earrings today. That was very fun. But yeah, I'm Alishiera on whatever I have. So if you want to sus, you can sus there. I believe we would be looking for someone to raid, so I'll pass it back to Burrows.
We are going to see Dice Tea Game, who are doing a solo dungeon crawl or world building and character development. Yay! They are someone new, so it's always really cool to see people who do cool things and such in the same time that we do things too. So let's go spread some love. Dudes are always the most appropriate, but you are welcome to use any of the other emotes like the ducks. The ducks are also very good because they have love hearts on them and that makes them very cool. I vote for a cozy fox emote just cause I can, because foxes with blankets is very cute. Anyway, we're gonna head off. Appreciate your faces. Thank you so much for being here today. We will be back again with Monster of the Week for our Lady of Sorrows next Tuesday. So, bye and see you next Tuesday.